Hello there, and welcome back to the Saturday Mega Episodes. We're back on Car Mechanic Sim um, for a reason. The friend I usually play with, I don't know if he's coming back to the channel. At least not, probably not for a while. We'll see though. We shall see. But yeah, that's why we're on Car Mechanic Sim. We are going to. Oh, that's that. It's a weird cart. Yeah, we're going to be fixing up this racing Toyota. This is the racing version, I believe. Um, Sadly, it's not a turboed inline four. It's just a normal inline four. Oh, it might be turboed. I don't think so though. I don't know. Anyway, we were just about to clean the car last time when we last left it off, if you remember. As well as if you are new to the channel, welcome, and if you're not new to the channel, welcome. Welcome everyone. Let's just welcome that. Oh my gosh, it's so dirty in there. This car has been sitting for a while. Can we use it? Yes. I just gotta remember how this game runs. Alrighty, look at that. Nice clean rust. Nice bit of rust. Clean the interior because cleaning the interior and exterior of this car is very important. The car should run now, right? Right? This car is a... It's just a box. It's just a thing of rust with wheels, honestly. Dude, everything's so messed up. Alright. So what did they want with this car? Let's go ahead and read it again. Hi, I'm Anna Sharkey. I'm a professional driver. I got the nickname from the aggressive driving style that I represent, drifting, of course. As you may have guessed, the costs are irrelevant to me, at least when it comes to motorsport. The mechanic for my team was overwhelmed by the work and took leave overnight, but the cars won't prepare themselves. Today I'm coming to you with the private gem, or with my private gem. I bought it some time ago as it is a sentimental piece. I'm a fan of Asian action films. The Sakura Tukume is a synonym of Japanese classic to me. It's quite a rare example, but it's been through enough. I saved it from a junkyard, and now you have to restore it to working condition. For now, if I manage to return it on four wheels, I will be satisfied. Then I'll figure out what to do with it. Okay, so we are going to be doing a bit of restoration. I know it said whatever it said in the thing, but I've renamed the cars in this game. So this car status, if we go over to the car, this is a Toyota. This is the A86, the one from the anime series Initial D, as well as the movie Initial D as well. It's the same car. Yep, the nice Toyota A86. If you couldn't have guessed, I am a fan of car movies, unless they're extremely ridiculous, like Fast and the Furious movie. Scott, they're pretty damn ridiculous. Okay. How many pages of stuff do we gotta fix? Oh, do we just need to the stuff that is there? Spark plugs. So the stuff that's missing, I think it wants. The stuff that is missing. Change the oil. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's any oil in it. So yeah, it wants me to. Looks like it wants me to replace, or not replace, but put the parts that are missing. So we can do that. We're playing in professional mode, by the way, just so as you know. So parts will not highlight for us. We got to figure out if we got to take off a part, we got to figure out what part to take off before that part, and so on. You know, parts don't highlight. At least the ghost parts are here. So we're gonna go ahead and go bang, bang, bang. Oh, by the way, I hover my cursor over ghost item, because these parts are missing. I'm not going to have these in my inventory. And then I'm hitting the X key. And that's adding it to my buy list. So if we hit T, the tablet, go to the main shop. As you can see, got the brake servo, the air filter base. Okay, that's in the electronics section. So is that one. Power steering reservoir. There's one right there. And windshield washer reservoir. Okay, those two are in the electronics section. Oh, by the way, if you are new here, obviously you're not going to know, unless you figured it out already. I'm an actual car mechanic. I guess not in the usual sense of the word. I more or less work on cars as either a hobby or work on family cars, things like that. Like I either that or I'll work on my own vehicle. I did go to school for it, so I do know quite a bit about cars. I don't know everything about cars. Obviously, every single car is different. But I know the general knowledge anyway, at the very, very least. So I will be inputting stuff on parts and procedures and stuff like that from time to time, if I know about something particular. Did we never add this? Okay, I don't think we ever added those. No. We added that intake in that fuel rail. Okay. Then the ABS module is also inside the electronic shop. Alright, let's get this old thing running. Gotta give it life. As you can see, the screws don't light up at all or anything like that. It's because we're playing in expert mode. I guess at least it puts ghost stuff so you know where to put your mouse clicker. And we need one of those as well. Okay, so now we're going to back into the main shop. Get those covers. Oh, spark plugs aren't. They're not in this type of engine. Or in this type of engine. They're not in this type of shop. Need to go over here. And I believe this is just spark plug wires. And it has a spark pack on the back. Or somewhere. And let's grab that oil filter as well. For inline 4. That's what I4 means. If you did not know, I4 means inline 4. That means there's 4 cylinders, 4 pistons, but it's a 4-cylinder engine, and it's in a line. So cylinder 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, that's the extent of it, really. So if you see I4 or I6, I3, that's what the I means. We're probably going to need to take more of this apart, but I'm thinking it just wants the let's see if I can get them spark plugs in there. There you go. But yeah, I'm thinking it just wants the parts or the missing parts on the car. That's what it wants. I don't think it wants me to touch anything else. Oops. That is okay. We can go ahead and do that if that's what it wants. Also, if you didn't know, I have played this game before. I have all the achievements to this game. But it has been a very, very long time since I played it. A lot has changed. Not a lot, I guess. A few things have changed. There's our spark plug wires. Oh, there's a distributor as well. Okay, back over to the electronics department. Alrighty. Now we'll go ahead and add this. Ah! And I will add that to the thing on the new fuel rail. Go back here. We're just going to keep grabbing parts as we see them because I don't know what parts this needs. I've never worked on this car before. I mainly know most of my knowledge comes from the V8s, the big all-American V8 motors and cars. Okay. Got that air filter. Oops. Pressing all the right buttons today. Nope. Duh. Of course. Okay. Let's see. We got the reservoir base, the windshield washer fluid, the radiator. Oh yes, the classic Toyota engine fan. I've actually worked on a Toyota engine before. Little inline four. It was a SR5 motor, I believe is what it was called. It was in a 19... what was the year of that? 1974? Something like that. It was around them years. The 1970s. It was a little Toyota pickup long bed. Like, it was the tiniest pickup ever. And it had the longest bed. It had a very, very long bed to it. And yeah. Oh, by the way, in this game, if you ever see two belts in this game, two serpentine belts in this game on a motor, they don't have V belts in this game, so that's what the serpentine belts are representing. They're representing V belts. V belts are no longer used on vehicles because they were very, very inefficient. Serpentine belts come from, obviously they come from what they're named after, which is serpentine, going between things, essentially. Get all these, and that's why a serpentine belt nowadays, a serpentine belt is on a vehicle because it, what do you call it? Because it goes it does all the pulleys essentially on the car. So one belt, all the pulleys are covered. The old V belts could only do 2 to 3, sometimes 4, just depending on how they were arranged. And sometimes you would have anywhere between 1 to 3 V belts. So it was a little bit crazy. Plus, yeah, they had to be super, super tight, those V belts, because if they weren't, they would just slip off the pulleys all by themselves. So it was a little bit crazy. Plus, yeah, they were just very, very inefficient. So they got replaced with the serpentine belt, which both sides of a serpentine belt are used. The ribbed side and the flat side. Okay. There you go, brand new fuses. Those in there. And then now we just need the fuse box cover. Can't get that on. By the way, doing this, that would be extremely difficult to accomplish something like this. To put an engine back together and get it running and stuff like that on a car that's this fucked. It would be extremely, extremely difficult. It's possible. Let's see if this car had any oil in it. Judging by the state of it, I'm going to say no, but... Nope. Okay. So, we're going to go ahead and put... Oh. I think we need to put the oil filter on the bottom. From the bottom side. I don't know why this game, like, restricts you when you're on the lift. For some reason, it restricts what parts you can put on from the top and bottom. I think you should be able to do it however you like, honestly. That's a real world scenario. It's just put the parts on whatever's easiest, or whichever way's easiest, and whatnot. Alright, so yeah, it looks like, yeah, it just wants me to replace a few things. Or not a few things, it wants me to... Wait, there's another serpentine belt? Game? No, there's not. Oh, unless there's a serpentine belt. It should have called it a timing belt. Unless there's a timing belt in behind here. Okay. Part on mount. I bet you there's a... Yeah, we gotta take this all back off. Yeah, the game is trying to trick us into thinking that we were... or not trying to trick us, but it's... Good thing I didn't put oil in this car yet. Oh, there's two different covers, I see. But yeah, there's no serpentine belt here. Part mount. Wait a minute. What? Did I just break the game? I think I just broke the game. Part unmount. Can we unmount this cover? Yes, we absolutely can. Part mount. Aha! See, we're missing something there. Serpentine belt B. They should have called it a timing belt, honestly. Alright. Hopefully we're not missing anything else. And honestly, the way these covers are built, this cover goes on first. Oh. I was just like, wait a minute. What? Okay. We should be able to fuel pump, radiator fan, serpentine belt C. There's 3 parts not discovered. Hopefully they're not engine related. If they are, we are screwed. What parts are missing then? Like the suspension, other than the fuel pump itself being missing? There's 3 parts not discovered here. There's got to be parts missing. I think that's the whole point of this. Alright, we're gonna fill the other stuff with fluid here. Fill this with brake fluid. I think what I might do is I might pull off the oil pan and see if something in there that's missing. Okay. And then... Oh, I wonder if the battery's dead. Okay, before we fill anything else... Oh, wait a minute, where's that? Ah, there it is. Nope. Let's fill this up too. Okay. Yeah, let's raise it up and pull up that. Raise up, fool. Let's raise it up and pull off that good old oil pan. Let's take a cheeky look. Okay, so all the stuff is there for that. Alright. Yeah, let's take off this old oil pan. See if we're missing anything. Okay, it's hard to tell if the parts are damaged or if they're just... or if they're fine. No, those are just... car status. Yeah, there's parts not discovered, which... Everything's here. Okay. Let's put oil in it. Fuck it. Let's put oil in it and try to get it to run. Oh wait, I need to put in a fuel pump first. Gotta put that fuel pump in there. Oh wait, I already did. Is there anything missing? No. Okay. Yeah. We'll just put oil and coolant in there and hope for the best. Because I need to be able to run some tests on it to make sure the engine's even gonna run. Glug, glug, glug. Okay. And we're gonna fill it up with oil. Honestly, I think a funnel should appear on everything. Because there's no way I'm this accurate other than with oil. Alright. Additional tools. OBD scanner. It's new enough for an OBD scanner, apparently. Well, I guess it would be OBD1 then. If it's an 83. Headlight converter is terrible, but that's okay. Compression tester. Let's see what we got. If that gauge was accurate right there. Camshaft A and B are bad. Okay. That gives us a starting point. Part mount, part unmount. Can I not unmount this? Or do I have to take off the spark plugs first? And this... Oh, I have to take off this first. Okay, so this gives me a direction anyway. Alrighty. Let's see what we got going on. Those camshafts are bad, apparently. Oh! Dang it. I bet you I'm gonna have to take off the whole front end again. I could probably make a mess on the floor. We'll see if it allows me to take that cover off. Okay. Just take off all these. This is not how you do this, by the way. you would not take these caps off before removing the actual cam gears. Before you remove the rest of it, because as soon as you took this off, this cam would spring up and do a lot of damage to itself. Same with this one, because of the belt. There'd be nothing holding it really in there. Okay, so we know the camshafts are bad, so I'm wondering now, we shouldn't be able to take off this cover without making a huge, huge mess of oil. Because there's going to be oil that's why there's a seal around this. This is the front main seal right here. It might not leak oil. Maybe it'll leak a little oil, but it might not leak oil right away. But this cover should be fine. Yeah, it should not leak oil all over the place. But it's fine. I can take this off first. There should be a tensioner here holding this belt. Not just a serpentine belt pulley. Or a idler pulley, I guess. Wait. I can take this off first? Aha! Now we can pull the cams out. Okay, did I discover... I think I did. Ignition wires, radiator fan, spark plug cover. Ignition wires, cam gear, camshaft, camshaft. That had 3 parts. Okay, part mount. And go bang, bang, and go over here. Now this I do agree with, because yeah, more than likely that each cam would be different. Because one runs the intake valves, which is this side, and then this one runs the exhaust valves, which is this side. So yeah, the camshafts would be shaped differently. Okay. So now we're going to put brand new bearings in. We'll use the old caps, why not? Yeah, and if things were this rusty in real life, I'd be like, nope, throw the engine out. It is not good if this engine block is this rusted. That means it's been sitting so long that it's allowed rust to build up on the outside of the engine block. And things are just, it would just be way too much work. Okay. And then 2 more. But yeah, I would put brand new bearings on these, especially since there's brand new cams. You would definitely run with new bearings there. Ah, that's the other one that was bad, so we need one of them. Okay. So we're going to put that on. Put our serpentine belt on. Put our idler roller there. This makes no sense. Put the bottom cover on first. You know, some people, as for fun, they like color these cam gears here, and then they leave this cover off so you can see it. I personally, I wouldn't do that to your engine. This is a dust cover to keep crap from falling down in here, by the way. Yeah, we'll just put the belts on. The V belts, of course, because they're not serpentine belts. Definitely not on this thing. Being this old. Okay. Yeah, just gotta get our brand new covers that we just put on there back on. I thought I had maximum screwing speed. Why am I still so slow at this? Okay, so we replaced all the parts. Good, good, good. And let me check our part unmount. Where's the dipstick? There it is. Okay, so you are still full of oil, so that shouldn't have been able to happen. This thing would have oil leaking, but whatever. timing cover. It would have at least a little bit of oil in the bottom there, because that would be a timing chain, not a timing cover, or not a serpentine belt. At least not that I'm aware, but yeah, you never know. Maybe they did use a serpentine belt or maybe they did use a timing belt instead of timing chain on this year. But then again, this is a generic game, so it's fine. Perform headlight calibration. No headlights. uh, okay. So I'm thinking that it just wants the parts that are missing. Okay. Yep, this is the racing version, so we go down to the tune-up shop. Or not the tune-up shop, but the body tuning shop. Like that. Oh, wait. Let's go to the normal body shop. Uh-oh. Jeez. Don't do that, game. Yeah, we're on the fourth one down. Got to keep track of that. There. So we're at the bottom one on this side. I wish the shopping list went all the way down instead of... Hopefully I didn't just buy 2 of those. I was not paying attention. Okay. Oh. I'm going to assume that it has 2 license plates, so we'll just buy 2 STAs. Standards. Caps lock design. Whoops. I think it has 2. It probably has 1 on the front and 1 on the rear. Right, now we go to the body tuning shop. Toyota. And it's missing everything, I think, except for the rear bumper, to be honest. So hood B. Not that it matters. This is still like this is not even a... it's not even a turboed inline 4, so this thing has like 90 horsepower. It's not great. Okay. That should be everything. Alright, so hood, light, and then front bumper. Yeah, it does have 2 standards. So yeah, we'll just put in all the windows. Okay. Alright, that was it. So now we just gotta perform a headlight calibration, which, I mean, whatever. I have $759. They don't want it painted, so yeah. We'll just perform the headlight calibration and hope they didn't want it painted because I don't have the money anyway. Oh, that's the thing. There's the headlight calibration. I've actually done headlight calibrations before. Let's see. So that one. Yep. This one this is kind of accurate. I don't know what kind of machine this one is, but the ones I've used, it goes onto the headlight itself, and then you look in this little thing, and it and it basically tells you where to put the headlight to get it straight. This one's... Yeah, I've never seen this machine before. The things we used, they just stuck them on the front of the headlights and you looked into a little ideal. Like you're taking an eye exam. And that tells you where to put the headlight. I can't remember what exactly the procedure was, but that's all I remember from it. Okay, this should be everything they wanted. So, car status, yep, we did. Okay, finish order. And we didn't forget anything. Good job, guys. Now we're up to 14 grand and almost level 20. Oh, we bought one too many. Alright, let's go ahead and open our case. Our reward for putting that car together. Let's do outsides. Barn location, good. And a bonus XP, we leveled up. Woo! Okay, good. Alright. Oh, we need one more point. Bastards. We need one more point, we're gonna grab this, and then we'll go up the fixing of parts tree. And what's not. Okay, shall we see what job is next? No. We should buy some upgrades. I just changed my mind immediately. The brake lathe would be a pretty cool tool. The workbench. Rudder repair station. Let's wait until after the next job. See what it wants. Aha! A Buick Roadmaster. 1996. Alright, let's go ahead and read it. Good morning. I'd like someone to take a look at my car. I'm not an automotive fan. The car should serve me to move from point A to point B or to go fishing. Of course. I love fishing trips. And this one, that's one of the reasons for my visit. Most of all, I beg you, please, do something with the car seat and couch. Okay. I recently had a whole container with fish tip over in the boot. Oh, that's pretty nasty. Guess you can say there's something fishy going on back there. As far as the smell of fish doesn't bother me, the amount of water damage is driving me mad. Please take a look under the hood while you're at it. I know nothing about mechanics, but recently when I was making my way through a back road to the lake, some thingamabob fell off. Very nice. Since then, the car has been swaying strangely. And do something about the back. When I pack up the whole boot, the wheels are pressing against the wheel arches. Maybe they're underinflated? Do whatever in your power. I've got a competition soon. Okay. That gave me, like, no information. The only thing I could pick out of it was, yeah, he spilled something in the back, so he wants us to clean the car, I guess, the inside. And he says something fell off the car, and now the car is swaying strangely. And the wheels are pressing up against the wheel arches. I'm guessing inside here on the back. Probably worn out suspension's probably been overloaded, or whatever fell off the back is now causing the car to sink. Could be a broken or worn out strut in the rear. That's going to be my professional guess. Let's take the order. Okay, let's have a look at you, car. Let's go ahead and move the car to the car wash, because now that we have a car wash, we'll go ahead and go ahead and clean the car. Actually, it looks pretty nice. It looks in decent condition. I think those are hubcaps. Let's see. I can't crouch to look. Oh, there you go. Car's all clean. Move car. Car lift tray. Okay, so first of all, what the fuck? What happened? Why is the car so clean on the outside? I guess you just don't give a shit about your vehicle. You just run it into the ground. But at least the car looks good. Okay, it's got oil. It's got oil. It's got antifreeze or coolant. Don't care about washer fluid. It does have brake fluid. Okay. Let's try to take the car out for a drive just immediately and see what the game says. Test track. The following parts: leaf spring U-bolt. Oh, something did fall off the car. And now the axle is sliding slightly. That's probably what's causing that sway then. Can we move the car to the test path and actually drive it in the test path? The engine can't be started. Well, fuck you too. Don't worry, car. We'll get you fixed up. Oh yeah, he hits... Oh no, I was going to say he hit something, but that's just the way the bumper is shaped. Alright. It keeps this car clean. Ish. Keeps it in a decent condition, but doesn't care about anything else. Also, do you have two different... No, you don't have two different tires. It's just those rims are... Okay. So first of all, we need to run tests. OBD scanner. Let's go. Scanning. I'm getting tons of experience for this, so I'm happy about that. That's why I'm going to do testing on everything. I don't care if I need to test it or not. Because experience. Alright, everything's pretty bad shape, but it should still run from that. Let's see what else we got. Man, I wish these gauges were accurate. Okay, so everything's in alright condition. In decent enough condition. It should still run. What else do we got? Meep, meep. Click, click. Meep, meep. Click, click. Meep, meep. Click, click, click. Meepity beep. Click, click. Alright, cool. Tire tread tester, just because. I wish I had one of these when I was playing mechanic. Because those are very nice. I mean, it really doesn't matter. If you really want to know your tires nowadays are made with, or most of them, I believe, are made with wear bars. So all you got to do is look into the deepest part of the treads on the tire itself, and you'll see these little bars that cross the gap. When that's clear up to the top of the tread, you need to change tires. When it's deep inside the tread, then it's good. But you'll see it. You'll see the tread or the wear bar going across the tread gap, and it's like a bridge. If that bridge reaches the top here, and it's level with the tread itself, then you need to change your tires soon. That means you're getting pretty low on tread. The tires need to be replaced soon. So, no more using pennies. Oh, the fuel filter is bad. That's why it won't start. But we're just trying to start it. Okay. Alright, we'll go ahead and take that out. Yeah, no more using pennies, which the old trick was if you could see the top of Lincoln's head on the back side of the penny when you stuck it in the tread, and you're looking at the level of the tread with your eye, if you could see the top of Lincoln's head, the tires were needed to be replaced. That's the old mechanic trick. If you don't have a tread tester or any way to tell the wear bars or anything like that. Okay, well, we didn't get much out of that other than the fuel filter's bad, so we're going to go ahead and back. Let's replace that fuel filter so that the engine can be started. Burn out. Fuel filter's clogged. Alright. Oh, let me replace that. I like how it told me. We're just going to pretend like the game didn't tell us what the part was. Yeah, we're just going to say, okay, well, let's take a look at the suspension here. Oh my gosh. Alright, so that's what fell off, and that's what would cause the swing, which does make sense a little bit. If a U-bolt broke holding your solid axle, that this is a coil over solid. This is a coil over and a solid axle coil spring, and these are over here. These are leaf springs, but they're like half a leaf spring because you don't need the rest of it anymore. It's like a leaf spring kind of. It's more of a solid bar than actually made of spring metal. It's whatever. But yeah, if that fell off, what would happen? It would allow this axle to kind of shift a little bit because it's no longer holding on fully. I mean, it might not ever move, but if you're missing one, that's the increased likelihood of this axle being able to shift on this side. And then that would cause this to shift a little bit more than it's supposed to, and then, yeah, it would cause it to sway a little bit. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and replace that bolt. So you need a U, or just to type in U. U. Would that say Proton ER? What the fuck? Never even seen that. I didn't know if it had a dash in it or not. And I mean, in real life, it does have a dash when you're calling it U-bolt, but I didn't know in this game. So I was kind of confused. Alright, go ahead and put that U-bolt back on there. Alright, cool. I should be able to drive the car now. Speed track. Speed track. No, we don't need a speed track. Test track, that's what we want. Okay, wheels not lined, I really don't care. We just want to drive this big old V8. By the way, this car would not have a new V8 like that in it. A newer V8. It would have an older V8 in it. If it had a V8 at all. Over the bumps. Yeah. Hit the e-brake. We didn't even test the regular brakes. We just pulled the parking brake. Oh, parking brake works. Locks the tires up. Don't test parking brakes like that. Okay, so now we know a bunch of suspension is bad. That's good. But we're going to move the car over to the test path because the test path will tell us more. Are you sure you want to proceed with the test? Yes. Wow. Did not want to start, did it? Testing our front brakes. This thing's loud. Testing our rear brakes. Needs exhaust. Rear suspension. Front suspension. Wait, no, that's front suspension and then rear suspension. Okay. Alright. That told us a little bit more. Oh, there's only one suspension rack. Or test rack. And this is the brake test. And this is the suspension test. The suspension tester. Normally I think there'd be somebody underneath here. As well as, this is a roll jack, by the way. You see it's inside of its tracks. This is a cool little pit. Never been to a shop this nice before. Okay, what do we got? What do we got there, Chief? Is the car fecked? I think it is. I think it's fecked. Right, car status. Have we discovered all the parts? Probably not, but we're close. Yeah, there's a few parts. So both front and rears are just absolutely screwed. Drain oil and fill with new. Okay, so we're just doing a suspension test, and then they want us to do an oil change. Okay, let's do the oil change first. Waiting for the sound to stop. Okay, move car to tray. Use equipment. Give me that oil filter. And put it back. Inventory. Add to shopping list. Don't ever just change your oil. Change your filter too. Unless you just change the filter or you're doing an oil engine, your oil engine fluid, I guess. Oil engine flush. You're trying to flush out all the crap. You could use the so what I would do in that situation if there was a bunch of crap in the oil that I wanted to get rid of, what I'd do is I'd change the filter, drain all the fluid out, put fresh in, run it for about 10-15 minutes or so, run the engine, and then take the oil filter off, because oil filters are so cheap, they're usually like $6. Put another brand new oil filter on there, run the engine again, drain the fluid, change the filter, put another filter back on there. I mean, that may not be proper procedure, but that's the way I like to do it. Anyway. Okay. Thought I hit the X. Alright, let's get you a brand new filter there, buddy. There, car. There. We put a brand new, even though it doesn't want me to change the filter. Never just change your oil. Never just drain your oil and put fresh in. Always change the filter, unless, like I said, you just put a brand new filter on there and you need to change the fluid. I still change the filter anyway. They're cheap enough that you can just do that, and it wouldn't be too much of a hassle. Okay. Alright, let's top up your washer fluid here. Because we can. Alrighty. Good on everything else, it looks like. Things are a little old, but... Okay, suspension time! Let's go ahead and take this entire thing apart. By the way, I hate this game that it has lug bolts. Like, no car in this game, damn near. I don't think any car in this game other than... I would say 99% of the cars in this game would have lug nuts. Even a lot of the foreign cars, they would all have lug nuts as well. Yeah, we're just gonna take apart the entire suspension, but first, let's get all them tires off of there. Tires and brakes. And we'll just inspect everything, see what's bad. There's that part, there's that part. Oh, come on. Get out of there. Okay. And we knew that the shocks were bad. By the way, this suspension system is called a double wishbone. This is a double wishbone shock absorber. I know that's what the game calls it as well, but they call it that because there's two suspension arms on there that look like wishbones. So that's why it's called a double wishbone shock absorber. Which is actually a legitimate style of suspension. I believe quite a lot of vehicles have that that are older. Especially heavy-duty vehicles would have double suspension arm, stuff like that. I don't know why. I tried to take that off. Okay, that shock absorber. We'll have to take those apart as well, because we gotta discover that the parts are no good. Okay, outer tie rod. By the way, the outer tie rods, sure, you would take those off, or you can take those off, but the inner tie rods you do not take off, unless you're rebuilding this. You're like changing out the fluid. But yeah, you see this little thing right here? This is like a hose clamp style. Like screw it, and it tightens up or loosens, whatever. There's a ball joint inside there that the inner tie rods are attached to. You would have to take off this rubber boot, and then to pull the joint apart properly, and that's why you would take it apart so you could change the fluid in it, or not fluid, change the grease that's inside that ball joint because it needs ball joint grease, or you're replacing the boots or anything like that. But more likely than not, you would not take off. Hell, I wouldn't even take off the outer tie rods. I would just leave them connected. And if I was replacing it, even more so. And by the way, we wouldn't be able to take off this thing right here. This crossmember C. You would not take this off. By the way, if it's like this, for either A, it's going to be on this car, it would probably be part of the whole car's like framing. So you wouldn't be able to take it off at all. Or if it was modular like this style, or like this setup, then it would be holding the engine in the car, so you would not be able to take that off without taking the engine out first. So devs, if you're watching, there you go. That's a bit of piece of advice. Either it's going to be one solid piece, part of the vehicle, or it's going to, if it's modular, you're going to have to take the engine out before you drop that bad boy. That's what I do. I mean, but if you did take it out without taking the engine out, the engine would come with it. If you didn't take the engine out. So, it is what it is. Okay, we're just taking the entire suspension system apart. Okay. Yeah, what I would do is I drop these exhaust sections. That was part of the deal there. If I needed to replace all of this back here. I would drop the exhaust. And then I disconnect the shock absorbers, disconnect these springs here, and just drop the whole thing out of the car. Obviously without the wheels attached, but... So yeah, I would pull these, pull my shock absorbers, and then just, obviously the tire too. That's how I do it personally if I needed to drop all the parts. Hold on, I think it glitched. There we go. Obviously you'd have to take the tire off, but take the brakes off, brake discs, because they're not going to be attached to anything. And then yeah, from this point on, with these control arms still attached to the axle and stuff, I just drop the whole damn thing out of the car and then fix it from there. Because that would be much easier to work on it when it's on the ground. Whatever I needed to fix or replace on it. I know there's one more nut. Oh, is it rusty? More likely these are going to be rusty, and you probably wouldn't get them off without breaking them entirely. Yeah, I think that should be a thing too. I don't know if it'd be too annoying or whatever, but something that could be fun is when you start off the game. I'm just gonna take this out. We're gonna take that out. I don't know if it wants the exhausts replaced, but we're gonna do it. Take the exhaust pieces off. Okay. So, have we discovered everything? Part not discovered. Does it say anything about exhaust? Springs. Springs, cross member. No, it says nothing about exhaust. Part not discovered, huh? I wonder if it actually wants me to replace the back seat. The back seat looks fine. Is there anything in here that it wants me to... I'm going to pull the back seat and see if... no. Can I not escape this, please? Normal mode. Car status. Oh, part not discovered. Okay, and that's fine. No. Interior assemble. Okay, we'll just put that back. And then normal mode. Oh, okay, okay. I'll just close that back up. Alright, I thought he wanted me to do something about that bench seat, but apparently not. Oh, you know what it might be? Air filter? Maybe air filter. Whenever you have one part that you need to find, and you've taken out everything, always look at the air filter. Alright, let's see. Ah, see? And now we go car status. Look at that. Okay. Oops. Come on. Inventory. Here we go. Alright, so bang, bang. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The reason I'm doing that is because I don't know which rubber bushings are bad or not. Like some of these rubber bushings are either fine. I don't know. Why is this one orange? I don't know which ones are bad. So in the game, once you just specifically replace the ones that are bad. So I'm just going to replace them all and hope for the best. Alright, so 1, 2, and we already replaced the air filter. So next we're going to separate these struts with our little spring compressor here. Okay, so then inventory 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright, the cap's bad. Boop-a-doop. I'm looking for caps. Okay, so the caps are still good. Alright. So now we have all of our parts, hopefully. Alright, so air filter first. This was bad. Both of those. Bang. So the entire suspension needed to be redone. That sucks, buddy. You're going to be in for a several $1,000 repair job. More than this car is worth, by the way. And we're only going to buy 3 because we already bought a brand new one, so we only need 3 of those. And then we'll just give them an entire brake job, of course. 2 rear shock absorbers. 14 rubber bushings. I believe that's how many there are. This cross member was absolutely destroyed for some reason. Don't ask me, man. I have no idea. Okay, so first off, first we're going to join these parts. Separate, or no, not separate. Join. There we go. At this point, I would just replace all 3 parts. It would probably come pre-assembled as well. So it is what it is. Alright, let's get this rear suspension done first. We're not going to put the tires on yet because I don't remember seeing if those were in need of replacing. Oh, by the way, devs, most vehicles, these exhausts, especially cars, go up and over the rear axle, like especially cars because they sit so low. Or they're going to be designed in such a way that they won't be the lowest thing on the car, because if this suspension with the exhausts being on underneath the axles, if they hit a bump in the road, like a pothole or something, the suspension's going to absorb the stuff to the body, but the body is going to go down, and the suspension, or not the suspension, but the exhaust is going to be attached to the body. Essentially, it's going to be the same thing. So what's going to happen is the exhaust is going to hit the ground and be banged up and dragged and stuff like that. And on the same turn, if the suspension ever compresses, the exhaust is going to be slammed into the drive shaft, or the rear axle, if there is one, or any other suspension parts. It's just going to be slammed into it. So either it's going to hit the ground or it's going to slam into the suspension. That's why the suspension goes up and over the axle, not underneath. And then it's all safe. Oh, whoops. Did I not? I'm surprised I didn't replace those. How did I miss those in my... We're just going to buy 2 of those. Because one of them is broken. Okay. Part mount. So both of those were bad. And some of these were bad and some of them weren't. But we'll just replace them all. More than likely you would have, in this situation, you would have a parts supplier of used parts. And they would supply this. Pretty much as completed. Or mostly completed. And then the customer would buy that instead of a whole brand new thing. Because more than likely, especially in this car, on older vehicles like this car, I should say, actually, they wouldn't have brand new parts. Unless you bought them individually, of course. It would just be used parts, more than likely. Okay. The cover on. One of these in. And this old of a car would have, especially being a big car like this, would have, more than likely would have drum brakes on the rear. Like I said, we won't put the tire on just yet. Because like I said, I don't remember if we need to do rims or not. I don't think so, but we'll see. The rims are pretty bad though. Just gonna put the exhaust back on. I just wanted the experience of mounting and unmounting stuff. I mean, look at this, we're about to level up again. Drive shaft back in. And this would be an automatic, by the way. This would not be a manual. Which is the other thing I dislike about this game, is every car is a freaking manual. Which makes no damn sense. Like, most cars nowadays even are automatics. Like, I don't even think you can request for manuals anymore. I don't even think that's an option. So we'll put this in. We'll put this in. We'll put this in. And then we'll put these in. Okay, where is that last one? And again, we would, this would all be together when we put it back in, pretty much. Inner and outer tie rods would be all on there. And I wouldn't just, obviously you won't be able to mount this because it would be floating, but I wouldn't put this on yet either. This would be sitting off to the side. We'll just say it still is. And obviously, we'll talk about that on the other side, but yeah, so it doesn't matter which one of these goes on first or not. But yeah, I'd put these suspension arms on. And then we'll put this on there. And then, yeah, then I'd put this up here and then bolt them down. And then obviously the shock absorber goes in the car after everything else is together, because the way the shock absorber is built to go in when everything else is together. I'll just put this side back together. Okay. Now this side right here, by the way. So this piece, this piece, and this piece, and this piece, of course. This would all be an assembly right here. You would have this all together. Even if you had pressed it apart, you would press this back together before you put it on the car. Because reason being is because you got to press it all together. You'd got to press those parts together first. And doing that on the car would be probably next to impossible. I'd say next to impossible because I'm sure somebody would come up with a way to do it while it's on the car. It's a game, after all. But it calls itself a simulator. So. I call this, instead of car mechanic sim, I call this car mechanic general knowledge. This is the car mechanic general knowledge car, a general knowledge game. Front shock absorber caps. It wanted those replaced? What? Those were still good, though. I didn't know it wanted those replaced. Well, guess we gotta take these back out. Yep. He's like, I didn't. Those were still good, so why would you want them to replaced? And we gotta separate them too. Alright, where are they? Yeah, see, they're still good. Whatever, game. I'll replace them. Sheesh. Make me do that. Alright, now they'll be 100% brand new. I should have just listened to my own advice when I was talking about this earlier. Okay. So, there we go. Now we can go ahead and part mount these bad boys. And, since this is a rear-wheel drive car, I'm just going to put the better tires on the rear. By the way, you would not do that. You would not decide that. You would just put the tires right back on where they came from. Okay. These tires are terrible, by the way. But he doesn't want to replace them, so... The rims are pretty bad shape. But yeah, I wouldn't want to replace rims either. In the real world, that'd be very, very expensive. Alright, car status. So it's just air filter. Okay. And then car status, other tasks. Oh, it wants to do a wheel alignment. Of course we would. Yeah, we would do a wheel alignment after replacing parts on the suspension because that would throw the whole car's alignment out of whack. Okay, put that back together. Put these stupid clips back on. More than likely, these clips would be a part of either the top or the bottom cover. Or part of either the top or the bottom airbox piece. Or they'd be plastic and it would just snap together. Okay. And we're done with that. Alright. Let's close the hood. Move car to the test path. Now that he's got an entire suspension done. This is kind of what it looks like, actually. If you're wondering about that. How's the look aligning vehicles? It's actually kind of a very similar interface with these machines. Yeah, you would have it all on this display screen here. These are the cameras, and then these things right here are the sensors. So what you do is you take these sensors and you attach them to the rims of the car. Have the tire completely straight. Have the front tires completely straight when you're aligning this. And more than likely, it would probably be up here instead of way back there. It'd probably be around this area where the car would be parked. And you would attach all four of these to all four wheels, and then you would run the test. And then these have reflectors on them. No, these ones don't have reflectors on them. They have something similar, but yeah. And then these cameras read those sensors on the tires, and then then it comes up with a display that's kind of similar to aligning it in this game, and it would tell you which way everything needs to be adjusted to align it, and then you retest after you've aligned it. You retest and then make sure that it's all straight. So that's how you align. Because it's actually pretty simple, unless your parts are very rusted. Then yeah, it might be a bit more difficult. All right, car status, finish order. We didn't forget anything, and we leveled again. Nice. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and buy this. Now let's start buying parts. Ability to fix parts from Group 1 class. Let's just spend all of our points. Okay, we've spent all of our points. That wasn't very many. Inventory. Let's go ahead and sell all parts. Alright, and a barn location. Oh, I need to put that in there. Okay, so we're going to do left and right of center. Oh, $1,000, not bad. And a bonus case. Alright, let's do center right. Center. We leveled again, nice. And a bit of bonus stuff for leveling parts or whatnot. Okay. Ability to fix parts from Group 3. Increase the chance. Instant repair by 5%. Alright, now we're just gonna buy all of these. And then yeah, we'll buy all the repair stuff. So now we got a brake lathe, we got a parts workbench, and a body repair station. Okay. What's this? Salvaging. Is there anything under? No. There's nothing under a grand. Okay, but yeah, the repair station. We got this last time. The engine, the rebuild stuff. And here's the brake lathe, which is very nice. And then here's the other tool, or this is the body repair bench. It's got hacksaws, and then these thingies. They look like magnets. They could possibly be. These are little repair hammers. I think I remember them being like little hammers. I see. When I went to school for the auto mechanics portion. Just random keys. The actual auto mechanics portion of the game, of this game, of repairing, fixing the car to make it run and drive mechanically work properly, not the body portion. That's actually two separate fields in the auto mechanics world. You can know both, but you can't learn both at the same time. Anyway, I had a brother that had one of these. He blew the engine up in it, unfortunately, but I did work on it. Hey, it's me again, Johnny. Today I have this So Johnny's back with a third car, apparently. Sports Sixen for you. It's a Hyundai Tiburon, sir. He's like, oh, what the heck? Rust isn't sparing this model, especially when it's not kept in the garage. It stood between cactuses, so it looks as if it's drowned. What? What? How does that work? Do cactuses excrete moisture? I mean, I know they have moisture in them, but do they excrete moisture or something? Weird. Even though the bodywork is up for complete renovation, the mechanics don't look so bad. The owner was a fireball who drove it like there was no tomorrow and probably heated up the engine. Yeah, the engine's probably junk, more likely, from that description. Of course, he didn't have the time nor the ambition to take care of it, and he abandoned it. Well, that's pretty common, unfortunately, nowadays. Please tidy it up. Yeah, I'll just clean it. I'll just make the engine sparkle. Give it some paint. It'll work. And I think that we'll manage to sell it as the perfect example. Or, yeah, that we will manage. The mileage will not arouse suspicions. Or suspicious. Suspicions? The mileage will not arouse suspicions. Of what? I'm waiting for your call. See you later. What? Okay, hold on. Please tidy it up, and I think that we'll manage to sell it as the perfect example. I don't understand what that means. Okay, we'll just I'm gonna go put this barn map in my. I like to store them in here until I'm ready to start finding barn finds, and then I'll use them. I don't like my map covered in barn finds. Okay. I think the only thing that's left is like this stuff, but I don't really want to spend my money on that because I don't do that. I didn't take the job, did I? Alright, give me your Hyundai Tiburon. Your story makes no damn sense, but ugh. Yeah, Rusty, you were right. Rust did not save this car. It's very yellow, and that contrasts with the brown the shit brown very, very well. Alright, let's take this thing to the car wash. It does look abandoned. It does look like it has been abandoned. So yeah, we'll wash you up. Not bad, not bad. It's very, very rusty still. Just wash the rust. Give it a coat of paint, it'll be fine. It'll buff out. By the way, if a car is ever this rusty, it's probably not worth it. Alright, move this to car lifter 8, please. I think the engine's not in the greatest shape at all. It's got some new parts on it. The head needs to be redone. So in this situation, just by that explanation, I was not kidding when I'd say the engine is probably screwed. At least on the cooling side of things, more likely that if it just got hot, that's fine. If it was just overheating, more than likely it's fine as long as the engine can still turn over. Probably just a head gasket, and since there isn't gaskets in this game, seals or gaskets, they're gonna make us replace the head instead. So, and yeah, the intake gasket would probably be screwed. It wouldn't be the parts themselves; it would just be the gaskets would probably be worn, especially because this is a plastic intake. It probably would have warped and then screwed the gasket up, which is fine. Okay, let's get our experience. We're level 22. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Yeah. So not bad, not bad. He was correct in the mechanics not being too bad. Still compression test. Yep, pistons are fucked. Alright, so the engine did overheat to the point that the engine's blown, so we will be pulling this motor. But I still want all the experience. Come on. This always takes the longest, and it's always the most boring. So the battery, and the radiator fan, housing fan. So I think it's a radiator fan, housing fan. So this is the radiator fan housing. This is the fan that's in it. don't ask me. Okay. Oh, wait. We still got some more tests to run. Try tester. Let's test your brand new tires. Okay. And then fuel pressure. Fuel pump and fuel filter are fucked. Okay. What else did he want? Did he want like a fluid change, drain oil, spray factory color? Yeah, he wanted a washer fluid change, or all the fluids to be changed. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and drain all of the fluids out of the car. That's what he wants anyway. And we're going to drain that. Drain that. By the way, coolant, I guess it would turn dark. But yeah, this new of a car would have Dex Cool, which is orange. It wouldn't have 50/50 coolant. Like 50/50 coolant is not as good as the Dex Cool. Dex Cool is way more efficient. I think the air filter's fine. Okay. So we do need to take this off as well. Okay. So here's what I do in this situation, right? First of all, I take off this cover. No, I don't think it had one of these covers when I worked on it. He actually had a 2000, I think it was a 2004 Hyundai Tiburon. But yeah, I don't remember this like engine cover thing going around like this. And his was a V6. It was not an inline four, but then again, I do believe they made the inline fours. So yeah, I would take off this this bumper, this cover piece here, just because this car has it. I would take off this bumper. I would basically get everything out of the way, including the hood, and say, okay, yeah, we got to pull this engine. So first things first. Let's raise up, fool. I'm actually going to take all the body parts off this, so it looks like crap. And we're missing a lot of parts anyway. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and strip it down. Oops. Okay. That, and yeah, I would, so yeah, we're going to do it as if I was doing it. I'm going to pull the radiator. Obviously, you would pull the radiator, just to keep from damaging it. Let's pull this off too. This looks damaged. But yeah, the engine is absolutely fucked, so we're not going to be able to test drive it anyway. Alright, raise up. All the way to the top. Equipment, car lifter A. Let's drain the oil. Obviously would have drained all, yeah, that fluid's absolutely black. That thing needs an oil change badly. Put the equipment back. Let's take off that oil filter there, so we don't damage it. So we don't damage this thing here. I might leave the oil filter on, but it might get in the way, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Okay, so now we're going to go back down. We're going to get that starter. Yeah, on this car, this is actually how I do it. I would pull the starter off of here, but in real life, you would unbolt the transmission, but leave the transmission in the car, and leave everything else hooked up. You would just have to unbolt the transmission itself, and then you could pull the engine. You would not do what I'm about to do, which is what the game wants you to do, unfortunately. Yeah, what the game wants you to do is it wants you to pull the transmission completely out of the car before you can pull the engine itself. Which you would not do that. You would just unbolt the transmission and that's it. I thought that was a bolt there. Okay, I think you can leave this hooked up. Okay, so now that that's all the stuff on the bottom side, we'll go ahead and lower it down. Get that exhaust off of here. Oh, we gotta unbolt the turbo first. I think you can leave that on there, honestly. Let's try it. Okay. Go over to our engine stand, which is over by this bus. I actually like this bus. I wish that was a thing you could do in this game. It's fix up the bus, and then take the bus out. And once you fix the bus itself and made it roadworthy, then you didn't have to pay for a taxi driver, or you didn't have to pay for fuel. That'd be like a goal, I guess. There it is. Okay, move equipment. Over to car lifter A. Pull out. First remove the exhaust sec. Oh, you got what? Why do you gotta remove that exhaust section on the bottom here? I don't understand why you'd have to do that. This exhaust section is not in the way, game. It is fine. It is not connected to the engine. I don't understand. Okay, now can I pull the engine? Yes. Alrighty. So this will be our first time using this engine stand here. Let's go ahead and put this engine on it. Alrighty, so we are good to go to start tearing this apart. So here's what I'm gonna do first. I'm gonna do this as if I would do it in real life as well. I probably would have removed this serpentine belt because this right here, this is not a power steering pump. The power of this, what am I talking about? This right here would stay with the vehicle because it's a power steering pump, and also the AC condenser, or the AC compressor would stay with the vehicle as well. So that would have been removed. Also, this looks like a fuel pump, by the way. Why can't I remove it? That's weird. Oh, this must be, okay, it might be just a piece of the block there. Alright, let's go ahead and remove the exhaust. And the intake, of course. Injectors, yep. Gotta take those injectors out. Okay. Then take the spark plugs and the ignition coils out of the car. Get those out. And again, I've said this before, but the way this cover is built, this cover would house the threads for these bolts. So you wouldn't be able to remove this cover, just based on its design. You would not be able to remove this cover until you removed these outer side covers. The way it looks like it was designed. It was designed to have these covers come off first. Alright, then you could take this off. And this will house the valves, or this will house the camshafts for the valves. This is the cam timing chain system. Probably a VVT as well, which is variable valve timing. So basically this timing system is able to adjust itself. I know it's a VVT because, like I said, my brother had one of these cars. His V6, it was a VVT. Okay, fine. That's another thing I hate. You don't take off those. Okay, jeez. Whatever. This game's so picky sometimes. Okay, take that off. Alright, now we can start removing the cam caps. This is the intake side. This one runs the intake valves to let fuel and air into the cylinders. Okay, two more. My voice is starting to crack a little bit. It's going to be a long recording session. Alright, that's both the cams removed. Now we can remove the head. Okay, we're good there. Rotate. Rotate. Alright, give me that oil pan. Way easier to do it on the sand. I also would have had this removed as well. There it is. It's like, is there somewhere? Yeah, I would have had all this removed already before it even went onto the sand. Okay, so I do this. So yeah, I'd remove the piston caps, the piston rod caps. Just like that. And then I would rotate it. And then, yep, remove our pistons. And then rotate it again. Back down to the bottom. And then remove the main caps. And their bearings. And then the crank. And then there we go. Okay. I wonder if we can replace any or repair any of this stuff here. You don't have the necessary parts. Can I not work on? Oh, here we go. I don't want to repair it. Can I click this? Oh, that's right. It's a skill check rather than a that's right. It was a skill check. Okay, so we can't repair any of that. Why can't we repair any of that? Do we need points? Yeah. We need a lot of points. Okay. Well, we repaired what we could. Yeah, I'm gonna repair it all. Try not to fail on these new parts. I don't remember if you get experience for doing this or not. I'm just spending money for no reason, I think. Okay. Part mount. Now let's see what we're able to repair. Crankshaft. Too bad. I guess not. Okay, so 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, whoops. So one of those, one of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, one of those, one of those. I don't think we can repair those. And we'll charge the battery as well, so I'm gonna go charge the battery. By the way, if your battery needs to be replaced and it's really bad shape, and it's old and whatnot, won't hold a charge and stuff, do not charge the battery to try and fix it, because that's not going to do you any good. It really isn't. Oh, that's right, yeah. We do need to replace those, by the way. I did see that on that car. So 2 of those. 4 of those. 4 of those. 4 of those. Oh, whoops. I was supposed to buy 3 of those, whatever. All. 1 of those. 4 of those. Same with injectors, too. Injectors are not repairable, I don't think. I'm pretty sure. Oil filters, obviously, are not repairable. Okay, we'll put this back together as if I normally would. Yeah, put the oil filter on there, why not? As long as it's not in the way, of course. And I put this on with the brand new bearings, and then what I do is I put this on here. Maybe not the rest of it, but we'll put the rest of it on. But yeah, I put the flywheel back on. So that way I can turn the motor easy. I turn it over easy. My hands. Man, it's still slow. Need to like double the screwing speed again. I think it should go faster. It's a little bit slow. And that. And that. And then yep, oil pan, since that's all back together. Get that bottom end of the motor tied up. Oh, you can rotate without escaping. Okay, cool. Yep, and put our engine head on, of course. Yep, let's get our cams in there. Get them bolted down. This takes so long when it's got a million caps. There's so damn many. Go faster. Of course, pistons, the spark plugs. Yeah, the reason I'm putting the spark plugs in there is because it would be it'd be prudent for me to cover up holes to keep from dropping crap in there. Okay, so now I'll put these on there. I'd leave this cover off as well so you could turn these to line up cams. So you can get the cams timed together properly. Oh, whoops. This was supposed to go on first. Oh well. And yeah, I'll put these in there. Why not? Okay. Get that on there. Get that on there. Get that on there. That on there. There we go. Of course, this cover. Alright. And then, yeah, I'd probably put this on there as well. Okay. We'll put the exhaust section on because it's easier to do it out of the car than in the car. And of course the turbo, because it's allowing me to put it on. Why not? You'd probably have to put the turbo on after the motor was in. Usually they don't have a whole lot of room, so when you're putting engines and pulling them out, putting them back in the car. You probably leave a majority of this stuff off in order to save yourself some headache. Also, I did not put those injectors, brand new injectors in. Whoops. Those probably would have gone in first. Oh no. I'm fucking it all up. And again, this would have a tensioner, not just an idler pulley. Okay, looks like we're good. Alright. Oh. Take engine from stand. Install. Wait, water pump. It said the condition of the water pump was unknown. But the water pumps in here. Did we never take off the water pump? I don't think we ever did. Oops. Oh well. Move equipment. Put that back. Okay, that should be most of it. ABS pump, battery, fuel pump, radiator fan, housing fan, and then I believe it's these parts here. You can see them. Okay. Is there anything missing? Oh, battery, of course. Remove battery from the stand. Back over here. Alright, mount that back in. Did we manage to fix this? We did. Very good. I guess we took it apart and rebuilt it or something. Not that you probably would not do that, to be honest. We did fix the housing fan thing, and that's why it overheated, because this was dead, and you would replace this whole thing, not just the fan. Unless you had the parts to replace. You had some spare parts laying around. I guess that would make sense. Okay. And obviously this is bad, so we're going to take this out, take this out. Inventory, bang, bang. Oh, of course. Fuel, it was leaking fuel, probably from setting, and then fuel pump. Probably had a bunch of crap in it. Okay. And there we go. Now there should be 2 more parts undiscovered, but I already had seen them, just because this car is so clean on the mechanics side of things. Pick up the sway bar end link. And this is called a Mcpherson Strut, I believe the name is. It's a style of suspension, which is a straight up strut tower with the shock absorber and the spring all in one. Same thing with the double wishbone shock absorber. Kind of. The double wishbone shock absorber piece. Sometimes the shock absorber is inside between the spring, and then you take it out, turn it, and then slide it out the bottom. The actual shock absorber part of it. Anyway. Separate parts. Take, separate. Take. Join parts. Go. And join parts. There we go. Take parts from car. Okay. Part mount. Put these back on. Okay. Then this side. We gotta put the transmission back in the vehicle because we pulled it. Because we are idiots. Exhaust. This, you don't normally pull that off the transmission. It's usually a part of the transmission. Usually, not all the time. Some of them are like this CV axle sometimes on cars is this whole piece, but it does not connect to this piece. This piece just goes straight into the transmission itself. Oh well. Okay, and then this side. And there we go, that's all those. So now we just gotta put fresh oil in. We're probably gonna fill up all the fluids first before we forget. I said down. There we go. Oh, we also can't forget as well. Gotta put our starter back in. I can't tell you how many times I've forgotten that in the past in this game. Okay. Part unmount mode. Brake fluid, most important fluid of the entire car, pretty much. Other than oil and coolant. Brake fluid's very, very important. Power steering, not so much, because you can blow out your power steering pump and still be able to drive the car, so it'd just be a pain in the ass. That's all. My caps locked is on. Okay. Oh, fill this one, of course. Of course. Get that blue liquid, blue washer fluid. Looks like that's the max line, I believe. I could see it on the thing. There we go, all the fresh oil. I'd probably, before I would have put this in the car, I probably would have primed the engine with fresh oil, like it would have already been full of oil. Primed it. So that way, first startup, it wasn't so harsh on the bearings. Okay, car status. Alright. So now we just got a wheel alignment, headlight alignment, and then repair the parts. I don't know if it wants me to... I think it wants me to do this. Oh, that's that. Oh, this is the... Okay. This is the body repair table. The body parts repair table. Okay. But all of our parts, I believe, are too damaged. So bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Okay. Then inventory tab. I believe this is the normal version. So the hood, one of the mirrors, another mirror, door. So windshield, little body window. What was that? License plate. Oh, license plate standard. We do need 2 of those. I guess just every body part in existence, huh? And then 2 of those. Okay. I'm also going to do this too. Go to car lifter A, use. Let's go ahead and fix all that rust. Yeah. Yeah. Running a welder over things is not going to fix all the rust. By the way. That's for like cutting holes around rusted body parts. pieces of the rusted body, and then replacing it with sheet metal, and then welding it back on, basically. Bang, bang, bang. Of course, the trunk, and then the rear window. We didn't actually have a rear window, so back to the body shop. There we go. Oh, I guess it didn't have taillights either. Okay, there's the taillights and the rear bumper. I really don't care about the license plate. The license plate, you would not repair that as a auto mechanic anyway, even if the license plate was all bent out of shape. And they wanted it, even though they specifically wanted it replaced. You tell them I can't, that has to be the DMV. That's the DMV's job, not the mechanic's job. I mean, you could bring it back to the mechanic and say, or bring your license plate to the mechanic and say, hey, I want you to put on these license plates. And you'd be way overcharging yourself, though. Be like, sure, I can install those. It's going to cost you $100 to put both of them on. No, I probably wouldn't be that much of an asshole, but yeah. I'd probably just put it on for him, honestly. It's like, yeah, sure, I can put that on there for you. No charge. Takes like 5 minutes. Okay, spray it with factory color. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do, what I would do in this situation, since I've got to paint this car. Normal mode, there we go. Yeah, since I've got to paint this car, we're going to go back to the test path. We're going to go ahead and align the car, do the headlights, and then we're going to paint it. There we go, there's that. And then, of course, this. This takes a while sometimes, because you can only move it so far. I wish you could hold it. Oh, you can hold it down. Okay. Good enough. There we go. That looks good to me. Okay. Go ahead and move this car over to the paint shop. Let's get her painted. Car. Factory color, which is black apparently. The car he had was like a whitish silver. He blew the motor up in. But we'll do factory black. I don't know why it says spray it with factory paint, right? But the factory color is always a different color from what the car used to be. Normally in that situation, the customer would say, I wanted it painted the color it is, or they would be paying even more for a complete respray in the color of their choosing. Okay, car status. Good, we're done. Finished the order. There we go. Look at our money now. We're doing good. Didn't quite level up though, unfortunately. But that is okay. Oh, we're a little bit past the 2-hour mark. Yay! 4 hours to go. Let's do this. Just kidding. I love you guys. Alright, so we did get... Did we even get a point for that? We did not even get a point for that. I really don't want to spend money on this stuff, honestly. There's no point. Let's see, this requires the other lifter. Okay. We'll buy a second lift. Why not? Look at us. Okay, our bus is gone. And now this looks like a proper shop. Not bad, not bad. Customization. Paint shop level 2. Do we really want to spend that? No, we won't spend that. And I'm not going to customize my shop just yet until I get that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, a Nissan 350Z. Like, hello, my name is Jessica. Oh my gosh. Anyway, hey, my name is Jessica, but you can call me Jess. Okay. Um, my friend mentioned that you've taken great care of her green wormy. Green wormy. Of her green wormy. What the fuck is he? What? Was that the Mini Cooper S? Is that what it's called in this game? Wormy? I don't know. Because it was a female. The other green car was that kid's dad. Um, that repaired his dad wanted to repay the favor and repair his son's car. Okay, so it's got to be the Mini Cooper then. I figured that perhaps my car needed some more attention too on a day-by-day basis. I don't have time to deal with the mechanics. I think that's clear. From a businesswoman's, for a businesswoman, every minute is at a premium. Wasting time on crawling around in oil and grease. Well, that's not for me. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Um, Please do a detailed checkup. The car isn't old, but I'll be honest with you. Besides refueling and weekly washing, um, I wasn't really bothered with anything else. That's a bad attitude to have when you have a car. Cars are, um, they're a great responsibility. Too many people let their cars go to shit and then they just buy a new car, or they trade it in for a newer car or a different car. It's sad. Back in the day when people used to know the vehicle that they drove because they knew it was a responsibility. Okay, I've had it for a couple years, and I'm getting the impression that it used to be sprayer. Okay, probably needs a tune-up. Please do what you can to restore it to its past performance. Great, thanks. So yeah, it probably just needs a little bit of a tune-up, like need the spark plugs and the wires replaced. It had it for a couple years, so yeah, it's probably need that. Probably needs the injectors either refreshed or cleaned. Um, Probably a new air filter, that kind of stuff, um, and whatnot. That would be what I would do. Take order. But this game's probably going to make me, like, replace. It's probably going to make me put parts on it, like tune-up parts. You said you washed this car. It's a it's a poop round. Poop around. Let's take you over to the car wash then. Weekly washings. Yeah, I guess it's shiny underneath all that dirt. And we are in the desert, so whatever. Look at that. Poo brown. It's like a very, very burnt orange, actually. I think that's the actual color. Is like a either sunset orange or burnt orange, like extremely burnt orange. It's a nice car though. All right, let's move it to the car thing. Let's see what we got here. Suspension on the front end is fucked. How would you not notice all these pulleys? How would all these pulleys get damaged? The suspension is just worn out on the front. That just happens for cars lately. Yeah, that's your problem right there. Fuel rail. I bet you either the fuel rail itself or the injectors are worn and are clogging up, and It doesn't have very much power. And I'd say spark plugs as well. Yep. And air filter. Looks like, yep, air filter. Okay, we're good. We know what to do. But we're gonna get it. We're gonna get experience first. I cannot talk today. Fuck. Oh heck yeah. We're only doing I think 6% at a time, 6.5%. There's a lot to scan on this car, I think. Yep, spark plugs, ignition coils, just what we expected. Let's do a compression test, just to make sure that all the internals are doing decent enough. It's a V6, I believe. Let's see, am I right? Yep, it's a V6. So it's in a V configuration, that's what V means when you're looking at engines, V6. This V6 is in a V configuration, so there's 3 cylinders pointing to the left, up and to the left, and then 3 cylinders on the right pointing up and to the right at an angle. So that's why it's called a V6. And the reason it's 6 is because there's 3 on each side, so there's 6 cylinders altogether in a V configuration. So there's a little bit of lesson on that for cars. Let's do engine first. Yeah, fuel filter's clogged. Can I take these fuel rails out? No. Gonna have to take the upper intake off. Also, this has got a dual air system. I don't think I've ever seen a car in real life with a dual air intake system, like dual throttle bodies. It'd be very strange to me to work on, but hey, I'm not saying there isn't engines out there like that. I'm just saying I've never seen it. What am I missing here? Ah, there you are. Yep. So this is the intake. This is a high-rise intake. Looks pretty good. Looks fairly good. Yeah, because it's not a pushrod engine. It's a dual overhead cam, if I had to guess. One cam running the intake and one cam running the exhaust on the valves. And being that it wants us to go into it, let's get that tensioner off of there. Looks like they learned a little bit. One serpentine belt. Serpentine belts run everything, by the way. Unless it's impossible for the serpentine belt to run everything. Which can happen with certain engine designs. But I'm going to guess they want us to go in behind this cover. And since we need to go in behind the cover, in behind the timing cover, timing is another common thing. Timing belts break or fray out and stuff after years. Okay, now that stops flashing. That was flashing. I seen it in the distance. Okay. Oh, we didn't sell all of our stuff from the last job. Whoops. Oh well. We won't sell anything. Oh yeah, drain oil. This is what I was looking for. Okay. Equipment, put back. I would not leave that there, by the way. This is a fire extinguisher. If a fire marshal or anybody else that does inspections were to come to the shop and see your this thing sitting in front of this, you would get a fine. By the way, use equipment. Got to drain that oil. Move equipment. Put back. Yeah, that oil would be completely black, by the way, if this was denied service for years. And being a business person, they would probably travel with this all over the place. Okay. And then this. Oh, we're gonna have to take all of that. Come on, game. Don't be like that. If the steering knuckle is this badly damaged, this whole thing would be badly damaged, I'm pretty sure. But it wants us to go all the way in. Just balls deep into the suspension. Alright. Do it same to this side, I'm guessing. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they hit something in the rear there. Not be surprised. It's okay though, we got this. And that. And that. Of course, the Mcpherson Strut. Oh, there it goes. It's just like, come on. That. That. Okay. And then, let's go ahead and lower it back down. Jessica, nice. Oh, that's water pump, I bet. Alright, additional tools, drain tool. That's gotta be water pump or something crazy like that. Oh no, they're just little, they could be, but yeah, they're just little peep covers, looks like. Or little peaking covers. Probably get, this is probably a variable valve typing system as well. Could be. There's one more somewhere in here. Oh, that was an even bigger set. Now can we take this off? No. What are we missing? This thing? No. This? This? We had to take this off first. No. What are we missing here? Pretty sure we're not missing anything. Like, I'd be able to unbolt that cover. So I want to do something up top first. I mean, I gotta take these out anyway. Wouldn't think so, but no. This. Thank you. There we go. Ah, see? I knew it. Freaking knew it. There's gotta be a reason that cover won't come off. I must be missing something. Like I said, it's been a very long time since I played this game. The last time I was here. This game. In this section. Okay. Now can I take this off? What am I missing? I don't get it. There's gotta be something. Is there... what? What is blocking me from taking this off? Oil pan? Or this? No, not that. I'm gonna try oil pan. The inline 4s in this game are easy. This V6 is, for some reason, it's being a really big pain. I'm wondering, though, if it's maybe oil pan needs to come off for some weird reason. Okay. Now can we take that off, please? Aha! It was oil pan. Okay. I'll accept it, because I've never worked on this engine before. This style of engine. I've worked on V6s before, but not this style. Okay, what are we missing? Missing a bolt. Oh, there it is. Timing chain, okay. So I'm guessing this timing chain has to come off first. By the way, do never do this by yourself. Leave this step up to the professionals, because the way this engine is timed is very, very specific. So there's a very specific procedure to doing this, and you do not want to fuck it up. Okay, who's that one first? Alright. Now we can work on the cams. We might have to take these off first. Take this one off first, this side. Do we even have to take those off, or is that part of the heads? That might be part of the heads. We'll see. Should be just the cams, though. Let's take that one off. That one, I think this big cover. No? Now this? No? Does this front thing come off at all? This is the water pump here. Aha! We probably gotta take this off first. Not quite sure about this procedure. That's a big old cover as well. Now can we do this? Aha, yes. There we go. We're figuring it out. Okay. I'm just gonna take these all out. Oh, first this cam. So this is not a dual overhead cam then. What does this even do specifically? I'm trying to see what it would specifically do. Like I said, I've never worked on these engines before. It's a very interesting engine though. So that cam specifically. It like attaches to this cam. Does this cam not fully rotate? Does it like just wiggle up and down to run the valves? I don't know, so I couldn't tell you. Okay, car status. Have we discovered all the parts? We have not discovered all the parts. Okay, what else would there be? I don't think there's anything bad about the crank. Ah, here we go. Gotta take out the transmission. That's a little cheeky thing you can do. Just shove the camera in places, and you might find where you're going, or what you're looking for. Okay. And the starter. Can we take the starter off from down here, please? Yes, we can. Good. Starter. And yeah, you would take the starter out in this case, because you'd need to remove the transmission. And then that. Oh, I see. I see the parts. Okay, I'm just gonna remove this. There's rubber bushings over there. Bad rubber bushings. And yeah, that would be a visual inspection type of deal as well. If you were in real life and you would say this rubber bushing is bad, right? You would look at this and you would see it like this rubber here. You would see this rubber like severely torn and whatnot, and maybe even gone completely, and it was just the metal bits of it left. That happens sometimes. Again, I would have to pull the motor if I wanted to remove this entirely. Okay. There wasn't anything else up with the engine, right? Yeah, pistons look good. Everything looks good in there. Yep, okay. Probably still one part not discovered. I bet you it's air filter. Alrighty. Let's go over here. This air filter out. Yep. Hey, we leveled. Very nice. Does that mean we can get the parts thingy now? Hey, we have exactly 5 points. Let's go. Group 5. Ability. Okay, so we can repair any of the parts we have in our inventory. Oh, that's body parts, that's right. Yeah, we'll just repair everything to 100%. Yes. I do like this one. This is a much better system, even though it's a skill check type of system. It's not the greatest, but it was better than the other system that was in Car Mechanic 2018. Car Mechanic Sim 2018 had a system where you just had a better chance of repairing parts. You would spend the money to repair the part, and it was a chance roll. Each part you tried to repair, it was a chance roll, and a lot of the time, like, you would have 99% chance to repair a part, and then you would say you had 100 parts, you would break like 30 of them. So I guess unless you were incredibly lucky, you wouldn't be able to repair or replace, or not replace, but repair all the parts. I know we're spending money on this. That's fine. I really don't care. Just repairing parts, man. Okay. Almost done here. Yeah, we probably spent a lot of unneeded money. Unneeded to repair money. Okay. Let's go back in. Alright, so we're just gonna go bang. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of those, one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those. I'm just gonna replace them all because I don't remember which sides they came out of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of these, 2 of these. One of these, 2 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of those. One of those. Both of those. And one of those. Okay. Do we have a battery? Nope. Okay. Let's go ahead and separate these parts. There we go. One, two, 1, 2. Alright. Cool. That should be, hopefully that's everything that we needed. Main part shop. Air filter. Rubber bushings, 4 of them. Clutch plate. Clutch release bearing. 2 of those. 2 of those. 2 of those. 2 of those. 1 of those. 2 of those. 4 of those. You know, it'd been another great thing, another great feature, is if you had a shopping list, right? That you were going to buy all this stuff. If you could just hit a button down at the bottom, it would ask you, of course, but you'd hit a button down at the bottom that say buy all parts in shopping list, and then just do it that way. I know that's incredibly overpowered, but this is monotonous all the time. You have to buy parts. But it would ask you, of course. It'd be like, are you sure you want to buy all... or are you sure you want to attempt to buy all parts in shopping list? And then you hit yes. Okay. That way you don't have to go through this. But have it as like a thing you would get later on in the game. Be like automatic buying or something like that. Okay. Let's get rid of this air filter first thing. Okay, there. Got the air filter. Alright, let's start putting the engine back together. Put these back in. Put this back on. This little cover. There she goes. This is called a rocker arm A. Which is very interesting because there's no rocker arms. I guess this is the rocker arm? Maybe or this is like just one long rocker arm, I guess. The rocker arms I'm used to are really small. They're not a rod. It's okay though. It is what it is. Alrighty, now this side. Put these in there so that we don't drop anything into the cylinders. So we don't have to take the head off of there. Oh, come on now. Let's get that bolted on there. So many parts to this little car. I would say little. This thing's probably got like a ton of horsepower. It is a sports car after all. Yes. Bolt me down, baby. Here pretty soon we'll get into the actual meat of this game. I guess this is the meat of this game too, but the good part of this game is actually what do you call it? Trying to think of the words here. Is you know, actually working on cars and stuff, but the best part of this game is actually making your own car, essentially, like going to the junkyard, getting the car, and then restoring it, and then either keeping it or selling it. I like to keep the muscle cars or the old-fashioned cars. There's one car in this game that I really like. Well, it's actually a couple of cars. There's quite a few cars, actually, I should say. Okay. Now we'll raise this up, start tying in the bottom end of everything. It's a very strange oil pan, the way it's shaped. Okay. I guess we'll do the clutch next. Get the suspension all put back on. Or get the suspension. Transmission. What am I talking about? I have lost my freaking mind already. And it hasn't even been 3 hours yet. Oof. That's going to be a long video, so strap yourselves in. Alrighty. Now we'll put this on there. We can put this stuff in here too, why not? Brand new rubber bushings, of course. I'm going to check now, make sure there's no more rubber bushing. Okay, good. Just making sure. I don't want to put everything else back together and then have to take it all back apart because I didn't put the rubber bushings in, the brand new rubber bushings in the right place. So annoying when that happens. Oh. Right. Did we even buy that stuff? I don't even think we put that in the list. Actually, no, we probably did. Join parts. Bang, bang, bang. Car status. Repair. Parts with minimum condition. Oh no, we bought brand new. Brand new, brand new, brand new. Okay, good. That's right. These were damaged, but not the caps. The other car was just the caps. Okay. Mount. This back on. That. Those. And then this. And then the sway bar end link. Okay. Don't worry, we're getting there. Of course, that bearing, and then the little bearing cap piece, and then this. Brake pads, and then caliper. And then tire. Okay. Back over to this side. Put this on. And then this, of course. And then this. And then that. I'm not making this any better, am I? Am I making this less boring for everyone to watch me work on a car? I wish I had the availability to actually record me working on my actual truck right now that I'm working on. That would be awesome, but sadly it's only going to be pictures. Okay, and there we go. Bottom end is tied up, I think. We put the starter back in, right? Yes, we did. Okay. So everything is engine is topside now. Alright, good. Everything is topside. Everything else is topside anyway. Right, part mount. That back on. That on there. That. And of course the pulleys. I just bought like all the pulleys so that We wouldn't have to worry about it. I must have missed that one. There we go. Come on there. Now these things, of course. Come on. There we go. Or if it wants a brand new serpentine belt. We'll buy one anyway. They're super cheap, so they're not bad. No touching her. Okay. And then air intake system. And the 2 throttle bodies. It's quite crazy that it has 2, but it is possible. 1 for each side is what I'm assuming. Or whatever. The way it's designed, it might be like one of them controls like this side controls this side, and this middle, and then this side controls this middle, but then that one and that one, or something like that. Could be anything. Okay, we've done all the parts. Now we just gotta fill the oil, change power steering, wheel alignment. Okay. I mean, I would have done all that anyway, but I was just checking to see if it wanted anything special. We're almost done though. Sad. I do like working on the some of these cars. Some of these cars are quite fun. It's fun for me anyway. And if you enjoy cars, well, here you go. That's full. Did it say anything about power steering? Okay. I wanted power steering. It's like, did it say anything about brake? I don't remember. Okay. Fill it up with power steering. Then we'll do oil. And we should be done. With this, we just gotta align the car after this point. There's the oil. Yep, just perform a wheel alignment. Alright, let's take you over to the test path. Get you aligned. Oh yeah, pretty far off. Alright, good. Now should be done. Okay, I'm going to actually use this as a teleport back to the car lifter. There we go. Finish order. And we didn't forget anything. Very nice. The game would scream at us if we did. Okay, we have no points, so we got to wait for 6 points in order to get this last one. And whatnot. Okay, first of all, let's see if we can repair anything else. I don't think we can, though. Nope. And nothing here, probably. Nope, okay. The reason I ask is because if I go like this and we sell all the parts, then we could have made more money if we had repaired parts. Alright, so now we're going to go center left. Because we did center right last time. A lot of XP, and we leveled. Very, very nice. Okay, open this next case. Now we're going to do the 2 outer edges ones again, like when we started. Let's come full circle. Aha. Money. Don't really need it. Well, I do, but I don't at the same time. Alright. Put that barn location up. Okay, we have 20 grand, which is very, very nice. Let's see. Yeah, we'll buy this. What's this? Another $7,500. We'll wait, just in case we need all that. Yeah, we'll wait on that. Okay. How many points did we gain? Probably not that many. 1 point. So, oh no, we have 6 points. Okay. Bang! We can now we have all the repair stuff. Very, very nice. Okay. Ooh, Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 7. Hey, hey, it's RM. Hey, this is the guy. This is the YouTuber guy, or the what did he call it? What was it? It was like vehicle tube or something like that. Rev tube. Oh, import tube. That's what it was. Okay. Hey, it's RM. It's time to film another car episode for the renovation of my car. This time, we'll be taking care of a comprehensive renovation of the suspension. I think it's a good idea for a longer episode. Let's roll. Dear, I need to drink something. My voice is being absolutely terrible. Alright, I will be right back with you after I get something to drink. My voice is being very terrible right now. Alright, I am back. Hopefully I sound a little bit better. I noticed my voice was starting to sound a little bit weird. But hopefully I sound better, much better now. Who knows? I just washed this car for this guy the last time as well. Now I do know that if you fix anything outside of what they wanted you to fix, the car will end up like this again. By the way. So you just need to follow the story, only replace what it wants you to replace, by the way. Did we clear the inventory? We did, okay. Let's do all the tests again. Let's get all the experience. Yeah, because I've done it before, like on my my normal game. The very first time I went through this, I was like, you know what, I'm just going to replace all the parts because I had a ton of money by this point. Yeah, I had a ton of money, and I was just like, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and replace. Replace everything on the car. And then he brought it back to me like this. I was just like, I just replaced all the parts. What happened? The car was in 100% condition when I brought it back to you. It was so funny. So yeah, only replace what the game wants you to replace. Don't go through and replace. Don't go through and replace the stuff that you don't need to, because it will default back. Okay. Fuel pressure test. Let's go. Sometimes that goes on for a little bit longer than it should. Okay, I think this car does run. I just can't remember. Let's move this car to the test path. And let's see what we got. Oops, that's alignment. Alright, let's go. Yeah, last time he just wanted us to get the car running, so... Ooh, the brakes! The brakes! Surprised the car even drives. Brakes are so bad. The suspension's even worse. But they wanted us to do suspension, so... Yeah, most of it's crapped. Okay. Move the car. Car lifter A. So we're going to be taking apart the entire suspension, this one, on this car. So... Alright, oh, whoops. Need to be in this mode. Car status. Alright. A lot of parts not discovered, but I think it's all suspension. It seems like, anyway. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, by the way, we can't examine parts. Oh no, we can. What? Oh, I thought we couldn't examine stuff. I don't know what I'm examining, but I'm getting XP for it, so... I'm not going to stop it. I thought we couldn't examine in expert mode. Interesting. Look at us go. We're just examining all the parts. Give me all the experience. I want it all. Now, this is kind of where experience actually matters. So I'm just going to do this. Click, click. I thought we couldn't examine. I don't know why I thought that, but that's the way it be. Okay. So I'm guessing we can drop down. And we can go examine mode again. Oh. Can we not examine the engine? For some reason we can't examine certain stuff. Huh. Maybe we already have. Anyway. Looks like suspension is up next, I guess, then. So yeah. We're just going to tear apart the entire suspension. This is going to take a while, by the way. So, strap in again, because we're going to be taking every single part off of the suspension. I think we actually have to, in this case. But yeah, if you want a little tip on how to earn experience quickly in this game, just take off every single part off of every job, every car, because you're not time limited, so it doesn't matter how long it takes you. But yeah, just take every part. You get experience for every part you mount or every part you unmount and then remount. Uh-oh. I broke something. I just don't know what I broke. Okay. Whew. Like, I could skip this, but maybe we'll skip parts of repairing cars after, or when we start doing our own cars. My favorite part of this game is going to the junkyard, finding a car that ain't worth jack shit. You know, and then replacing every single part on it, fresh install, and then selling it, making a ton of money. Like that's something I could get into in real life. Is you know, flipping cars. And the other word as well. I'm not gonna say it because I'll get. Well, I guess I could say it, but I would not be able to monetize this video in the future. I could say the rest of that statement. But if you know what it is, you'll know what I'm talking about. And if you don't, well, I guess you'll just have to look it up. You'll just have to look it up. Just look up, I guess you can type into Google, like, statement, flipping cars, and then it should, hopefully Google finishes the rest of it for you. Not on my Christian Minecraft server. Video channel, whatever. Oh, I hate these ones. These suspensions suck. It's because there's a million parts to it. I mean, yeah, sure you get a lot of experience for unmounting everything, but I don't know if he wants that or not. And it's not part of the suspension, but it is. Oh, take this off first. Again, in this situation, like most cars, I would disconnect the excuse me. I would disconnect the drive shaft here. Come on now. Oh. There it goes. They were rusty. Okay. There it goes. I would just disconnect that drive line there, and then disconnect these rubber bushings here. And then the struts. Struts, obviously take the tires off. And then take the brakes off, of course. Get that off there, get that off there. And then I would just, go into the trunk, obviously, disconnect this right here. There'd be some bolts holding that in. And then I would disconnect this, and disconnect this, and obviously move the exhaust out of the way, but then I just drop the whole thing. Take off as many pieces as possible. If it needed this much work. Because it'd be easier to work on it on the ground than it would be to be working on the car. It's kind of like the engine. If the engine needs a full rebuild, pull off as least as possible on the engine itself before you try and pull the engine. There's something over there flashing, and I don't like it. I guess this first, and then this. There she goes. Okay. Yeah, there's something over there flashing. Let's go find out what it is. Oh, it's in the paint booth. Oh, is this, There we go. Okay. Stop flashing, damn it. Back to the shop. Alright. Okay, then. Car status. Yeah, Oh, one part not discovered. What? Where? Ow. Thought we were doing suspension. Is it exhaust? Okay. Oh, I just missed. Okay. Come on. There we go. I just missed taking this off, is what happened. Okay. Now then. It's a lot of parts. Inventory. Yeah, we're just going to replace what needs to be replaced, and then try to fix other stuff later. Bang, 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 bang. Actually, you know what? Where's my shopping list? Inventory, other than the exhaust, so bang, bang, 1, 2, 1, 1. Already got that one, so then 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Then 1, 2, 3 so far. And then 3 more of those. And then 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. One of those. 1, 2 of those. Okay, and then the rest of that we already have. So then 1. We'll just do it this way. Okay, so now it's front suspension. So this one, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. We already got the brake stuff. Then bang, 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 bang. Then again, we can just sell it if we don't need it. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and separate. Take. Separate. Take. Inventory. 1, 2. 1, 2. Oops. 1, 2. Okay. At least we didn't buy it. Whew! That's a lot. Alright, let's do this. I'm just going to skip this part. We're just going to buy all the parts on the list. That's all I'm going to do, but I'm going to skip it because this is going to take probably about 10 minutes or so to buy every part. And there we go. Yeah, that did take about 10 minutes. And I accidentally bought a couple parts that I didn't need on accident. That's okay, though. I believe we have gotten all of the parts that were necessary and needed. Alrighty, so now we just got to put it back together. Yep, start out with this. And, of course, the rubber bushings. I probably bought way more rubber bushings than I needed. Wasn't quite sure. Okay. I'm just going to put the driveline back in. Guess we didn't need one, but that's okay. It's probably going to come back with a damaged one anyway. I might as well throw the exhaust back together. Oh, come on now. My mouse would behave. Ugh. It's double clicking all of a sudden. Come on, part mount. There we go. This is like being a real pain in the ass. Alright. So now that those are up there, let's go put this on first. Why not? And of course, it's rubber bushing. Same with the other side. Put that on there. And then it's rubber bushing. Alright, I'm just trying to do this as if I would be in real life. That rubber bushing would probably already be in there. Put the cross arm. I'll put this linkage in. Okay. And then this linkage. And then this linkage. There. And the cap. And the spring. And that its cap. And then, you know, why not put one of the shock absorber on this side? Okay, let's get this other side together. That linkage in there. That in there. That in there. And then this linkage with all its rubber bushings. Of course. And then this one. And that one. And that. And then that. Okay. And then this one. Alright, and that's the entire rear suspension put back together. Other than this stuff, of course. Yep. And our wheel hub. Put that in there first. Then we'll put that on. That on. And that. And we're going to wait to put the tires on, see if it wants 2 tires or not. I mean, I could check, but we'll just narrow it down by putting our brand new parts in. I like how screwing that bolt in ain't gonna make it a damn bit of difference if there's a bolt in that shaft, the way that's put in there. If it was gonna be holding on to something, it would be there'd be probably a big old washer or something to hold it in, but that wouldn't make any sense anyway. Whatever. It's funny when that happens, or that kind of stuff happens. Okay, and that's all of that. Rear suspension done. Alright, let's get the front suspension in now. That in there. And of course, rubber bushings. And steering rack, sway bar, outer tie rod, knuckle, or outer tie rod. And then on this side, inner tie rod, knuckle, outer tie rod. Okay. We also need to put this stuff in together that we haven't done yet. Bang, bang, bang. Take. Bang, bang, bang. Take. Okay. I almost forgot about that. Alright, put our strut in. Sway bar. End link. Over to the other side. Strut. Sway bar end link, sure. Did that a little bit backwards, but that's okay. And then suspension stuff, or suspension arm. Alrighty, today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be putting on... just imagine if he's like videotaping me. Like, explain what you're doing. I'd be like, do I have to? I thought I bought 4 of these, but I guess I only bought 2. Brake disc ventilated, brake pad. Okay, that's that side done. Now we'll do this side. Cover on there. Wheel hub bearing. Drive shaft. So this is an all-wheel drive car, which is pretty cool, I think. Hope we don't have to replace that shaft there. Okay. Car status. Everything's done, so I didn't want new tires. Alright. Well, we'll put the better tires on the rear then. Do it like you do in real life. With a 5-bolt. Yep. So you skip every other one. You would do this one, then this one, skip that one, do that one, skip that one, because you've already done that, so then you go that one, and then that one. Kind of like a star pattern, essentially. As if you're drawing a star. See? As if you're drawing a star. Okay. I think I have all the parts back on the car. We'll see here in a second. Yeah! We did it. And we leveled! Level 25, baby! We done good. Okay, so I'm going to repair what I can repair. first. Oh, I broke that. It's very heavily damaged. Straight up. Those are hard when they're in the middle like that. When they're near the edges, I can do those. Got it. Okay. Inventory. Sell all parts. Look at that, making a bunch of money. Open the case. So we did the outer ones. So now we do these. Oh, that wasn't worth a damn. Already got a ton of barn locations. Okay. Inventory is empty. Excuse me. Okay, so now we'll do... I'm just gonna level these together, even though they're not worth a damn, honestly. Either one of them. Point cuts the time to examine a part by 0.05, not half a second, 0.05. We're almost to 1 second faster. Jeez, what a worthless stat. Okay. Also, we can probably buy. Let's buy this. Paint shop level 3. Adds custom color mixing and liveries to your paint shop. Very, very nice. I don't want to spend any more money. We'll buy that other thing next, and then we'll work our way towards the 10 grand that we need for the last upgrade. Oh, the Hyundai Tiburon's back. Or a different one, anyway. Good morning. I was a victim of a road accident. My beloved sports Hyundai Tiburon must have been severely damaged. How? Must have been? I guess. You wouldn't really know the extent of the damage fully, but whatever. A little crate drove out of the side of a street. I didn't even have a chance to react. A little crate drove out of a side street. A little crate. Okay. It all happened so quickly, you see. All I saw was a cloud of smoke flowing from underneath the hood, so clearly radiator. Punctured the radiator, and that got all over the exhaust manifold and started billowing smoke out from underneath the hood. The bumper was a bit lifted, and the headlamp was damaged. In spite of the strange noise coming from the engine compartment, I figured I'd go back home. That's not good. That engine is busted. Unfortunately, my plan, to say the least, didn't work. After driving 100 meters, everything shut down. I think the car's battery was damaged because the car didn't start at all. No, more than likely you overheated the motor and the engine blew up. The engine is probably shit. Good job. The parts don't have to be new. All that matters is that they're good. Good for the wallet. What? Is there any more to that? No? Okay. I bet you the engine's blown up. Has to be, if it's shut down like that. Oof. No? Outside of the engine looks good. The suspension is absolutely screwed in the front here. Especially on this side. That's all damaged. Now this would make sense that you'd have to replace this here. Because if you hit something, this is made of aluminum on the newer cars. So this will bust. If you hit something hard enough, it can bust. It's very strong aluminum, but it can still bust. So we're going to have to take off this, and do the transmission. So the transmission doesn't shift. This is an automatic, by the way, not a manual, but whatever. game. You do you. So yeah, radiator was damaged. There's no coolant. Coolant's all drained out. Okay. Move car to car lifter A. Oh wait, we wanted to wash it first. We don't need to wash it. It's pretty shiny. Okay. OBD scanner, let's go. I think the battery was damaged. How would the bets? Okay. So if somebody told me the battery was damaged from a front end accident, and the battery's clear back here, either they hit just this corner and damaged all of this, or they hit something so hard that the front end was smashed clear against the firewall and it damaged the battery. Okay, so now that I see the battery, if the battery is damaged in your car, and there's fluid leaking out, don't touch it. That is acid. That will eat your fingers right off. Just right off. Okay. Air filter looks good. Alright, we're going to take that battery out of here. And charging it certainly wouldn't work. But we're going to charge this one. Because I don't have to buy a brand new battery if I do that. Okay, so coolant's already... I wonder if this is damaged too. Let's take that out. Take that out. Let's see here. Oh, we already did that. And she can't be started, yeah. Voltmeter. It's going to tell me the battery's at 0% because it's not even in the car. Like, we might as well gain some experience from this anyway. Okay. Tire tread tester, sure. So the tire was punctured on this side. As well. That whole side of the suspension's been absolutely screwed. Let's just drain his fluids real quick. Even though they're not asking me to, I'm going to do it anyway. I think he needs an oil change. I can see that oil filter. It's pretty rusty. That's not how it works on the real life, by the way. You don't just look at the oil filter and go, "Yeah, that oil filter's pretty dirty. You need an oil change." That's not exactly how that works. Nope. Oops. Little splash of oil. He ran it out of oil. I'm gonna take off this oil pan. Okay, everything looks good in there. I was gonna say, if anything's gonna be damaged in here, this inline 4, it would be the bottom end. Just judging by the damage itself. I'm gonna, let's see. This one we gotta be careful with. Because there's too many brand new parts here. Are those damaged? Yes, they are on this side. But we gotta take it all out, so. We gotta take this apart. Okay. Now we gotta take this apart. Or, we'll take this off first, I guess, then. Okay. This. Come on. There we go. Give me that. Give me that. Oh, that's right. There's a bearing in there. There it goes. I was just like, game? Are you drunk? Alrighty. We're getting there. Oh, I gotta take out the stupid starter. Yeah, this thing is all sorts of fucked. Yeah, I'm just gonna take it all out. Why not? Gain a little bit extra experience in this being apart. Gotta take this apart right here. Anyway. We'll just repair all the parts to brand new. Oh, the stupid bearing in there. Keep forgetting. Come on. There you go, that's all the parts there. So we gotta go back down now. So yeah, it was a corner crash. The hood should be damaged as well. I hope the next game they bring in they bring up bent up body parts and smashed windows. That would be a great addition. I can understand them not being able to do it on the named vehicles, but the unnamed vehicles, these ones, they should be able to do that on there. Okay, there we go. And that all looks good in there. I think that's all the damaged stuff. I don't think there's anything else damaged. We'll check and take one more quick little inspection. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So now we'll take everything back here. Oh, wait a second. 1 second. Separate all these parts out. Just in case we can repair anything. Whatever. Okay. Now let's see if we can repair all the parts. What is flashing? Oh, let's go back over there. Every time you upgrade one of or this paint booth, it wants you to click on it again, or at least get close to it. Okay. Alright, let's start repairing away. Let's waste all our money. We couldn't repair anything. Oh, that's no good. Everything was severely broken. Non-repairable. Okay. Now this brake lathe right here, this brake lathe is perfect. The devs did a very, very good job on this. Because I use one of these many times. Yeah, you would turn this by hand, by the way. You would set these to cut. Yeah, so these right here, you would put them till they and move this in or move this in, and put them till they just about touch it, and then you keep turning it back and forth before you even turn it on. To turn this back and forth, kind of go along it to see if it's going to get anything. And then if it is going to grab just a little bit, then you turn the machine on, turn this wheel to the right, and then this moves in, and you go all the way in, and then you back out, and you do that a few times, and then you readjust, and you keep doing that until it's smooth all the way across. Okay, so that other one's too far gone. Alright, so inventory. Gearbox is fucked. That's screwed. That's screwed. That's screwed. That. Then one of those, one of those. I know where all the brand new parts need to go, so. So we're just going to rebuild that right side first. One of those, 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 and one of those. So I was right, that was punctured. Okay. Gearbox I4, inline 4. This cross member. This front sway bar. Steering knuckle. That tie rod, that tie rod. Eight rubber bushings, because I don't remember where all the broken ones were at, so. And he must have hit that really hard. This is all damaged. So many things. Not as much as that other one, of course, though. Okay. Over to the rim shop. And it's a 17-inch rim. Alright. Okay, so 215.75. 215.45. 215.45.17. 215.45.17. 215.45.17. Alright. Go ahead and install. Brand new tire, brand new rim. Install that one. And then balance. Bang. Okay. And then, I'm going to join these parts. Join. Take. Okay. Take. Alright. We'll do the suspension first, get all the bottom end tied up as best we can anyway. No, I don't want to move the car. No, I don't want to do that either. Part mount. There we go. And that one. And then that one. And of course that one. And that. And that. 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 Okay, so here's where we gotta be careful. I'm gonna completely rebuild, or completely build this side of the car. Because it'll put all the brand new parts on this side if I do it that way. So all brand new parts, because it'll give me the best condition ones first. Which one did I miss? Ah, there it is. Okay. That one in there, put that in there. And that, of course. Alright, and then that one. And brake disc ventilated. And brake pads, brake caliper. And then the brand new rim and tire. Okay. Also, I'm going to do that oil filter. Put that in there. Okay. Now this side. Okay. And that one, of course. And then that. So many parts on the suspension. The suspension always takes the longest. Maybe. Sometimes the engine rebuilds can take forever as well. Ah! I hate that zoom in. So annoying. Like I have it turned off and it still does it. Let us go. And that's the bottom end tied in. Or tied up. Imagine if working on cars was this quick. Oh, that would be amazing. If you could just work on stuff this quickly. Like I'm probably outpacing some of the fastest car mechanics in the world. Just because this game, it doesn't have all the shit that it would normally be in real life. Okay, so he wants the front bumper, the fender, the license plate, and the headlights. The oil, spray of factory paint. And then change brake fluid, change coolant. Okay. So yep, we'll refresh all the fluids. My mouse was acting up there. Power steering. And there we go. And then windshield washer fluid. I wish instead of it saying paint with factory paint, it would say paint to current color. Paint current color. Because that would make the most sense in these situations. A front end accident, they would want you to paint it. More than likely, the customer would want you to paint it back to the factory color. Just because of how expensive painting cars actually is. They would not want you to respray the entire thing, unless they got money to burn, of course. And we tested that out last time. We did a little bit of science work. That when it says factory paint, it means click the factory color and paint it that. Do not try to spray it its current color. It's not going to want you to spray it its current color. Alright, assemble mode. Bang, bang. Oop, assemble mode. Bang. Bodywork. Left headlight. Front left fender. And the front bumper. And then I believe I also need a license plate. Okay. A new headlight. New bumper. Brand new fender. Okay. And then we're gonna do the wheel alignment and the headlight, and then we'll go paint the car. Back over to the test path. Okay. Wheel alignment. So you gotta hit enter, escape, move over, enter, escape, move down, enter, move over, escape, over, enter, move it over there, and then escape, escape. Same with this one. And then I'm just gonna click this one up here. Escape. Okay. Now we've done all that. Just gonna check. Yep. Now we just need to spray it. Move car to paint shop. Alrighty. Paint. Paint car. Factory color. See, the other Hyundai Tiburon's factory color was, its factory color was black. This one's a silver. Move car back to car lift A just for a quick teleport. Car status. Finish order. Alright. Inventory. Sell all the parts because we can't repair anything, right? Nope. Okay. Now we sell all the parts. Sell all parts. Okay, let's open a case. Now we're gonna go center right. XP. Level. Nice. And a bit of bonus of that stuff, which I don't really care about. I don't usually normally use that stuff anyway. Alright. Now we're gonna buy this. And we're gonna have to do a few orders before we get the dyno, because the dyno is $20,000. Okay. Let's see what our next story order is. Ooh. Oh, the Peg-Yet. Peg-Yet. This is the guy with that van. I don't remember this job too much, but I do remember the van, and it's very weird. Good morning. I'm here with a discreet matter. During a business trip, I had a little accident. After the meeting, we had a little garden party that transformed into a longer meetup. I was on my way back to the hotel with these guys from work. I left the car by the pub. I returned to the car in the early morning. I must have been a bit sleep deprived and a little disoriented. It so happened that I snagged on a pole on the parking lot and a boom barrier. A boom barrier? I don't even know what that is. And to top it all off, there was some boar who was in a hurry and forced the right of way. Okay. You see, the car isn't really expensive, but I prefer if the management didn't know about the condition in which I was driving around in a company car, or what is now left of it. I'd rather cover the costs of my own pocket, as if nothing ever happened. Please fix what you need to. My career could depend on it. I made some arrangements with the owner of the other car. but as sales representative, I have to have a clean slate at the pizzeria management. Okay. I mean, the delivery company. Do what you can. I hope that you will keep our little secret. See ya. Have we come to an understanding? So stupid. The delivery company I met, or pizzeria management. I mean, delivery company. So you work at a pizzeria and you deliver pizzas. Nice. Yeah. If this ever happens to you in real life, you're gonna have to tell your boss. Sorry, but it's gonna have to happen. What the hell happened to the windshield? Windshield's all scratched up. Also, there's something in here. Oh yeah, this is that one thing. This is this thing here. I don't exactly know how everything works in this. I only used it a few times. I was just like, you know what? Nah, I don't need that. Okay. Move car. Car left A. Because it's a pretty clean car, so. It says it's an inline 3 turbo. Which... Is it? Oh, there's the turbo. It's right there in front of my face this whole time. Wait, how did you damage this in this? Car status. Can we drive this? First of all, um, let's get some XP out of this vehicle. Beep, beep, beep. This always takes forever. Okay. Next tool. Fuel compression tester. It's only an inline 3, so it shouldn't take very long. Okay. Electronic multimeter. Meep. Oh, the suspension is wrecked in the rear. I'm gonna have to take everything off of that just to replace it. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. As you can see back there. The entire suspension needs to come apart just so you can replace a few parts. Ugh. I'm gonna be here all day. Now, this. Everything else is pretty good. There's not much fluid in these anyway. Oh, that one was completely full. Whoops. Oh well. Okay. Look at this crazy little van. Hey, if this is a Piggyot, or whatever, shouldn't the steering wheel or shouldn't the steering wheel stuff be on this side? This is a very, very foreign vehicle. I guess if they bought it locally, like in America, they would have, whoever owned this vehicle, or whoever bought this vehicle brand new would have ordered it. If they were in America, they would have ordered it to be on the correct side. To the correct side. That's not what I meant, sorry. To be on America's side. Use. Okay, well that didn't have any oil in it, hardly. Whatever. Sorry, I'm starting to go a little bit crazy. Just thinking about how much I have to do on this vehicle. I don't think they want an oil change, but I'm going to give them an oil change. Whatever. Okay. Can I take this off? I can. Okay. The other thing I wanted to do before we did that was examine mode. Oh wait, we did level up. Over here. Yeah, we have 6 points. So 3 and 3. Getting there. Okay, now we should be able to examine just a little bit faster. Yeah, it's a little bit faster. It's gonna take forever. But we're getting tons of experience from this, though. Okay, that one don't want to examine. What about this side? Okay. This, and then this one. This one gives a ton, if I remember right, because there's so many parts to examine. The whole entire rear suspension is screwed. Oh, that sucks. Ooh, we're gonna be here a while. I can't do rims or anything like that. Can I examine this? Nope. What about this? Nope. Okay, that looks like it. Normal mode. Alright, we're guys ready to strap in. It looks like we just need to take off this bottom section. And then that should hopefully allow us to get rid of this without taking much off. So I'm not doing the entire suspension on the front. There it goes. I was just like, where is it? Where is it? Let's get fuck this vehicle up. Whoops. That was an exhaust section. How do you accidentally take off an exhaust section? Let's put that back. Okay. Or unmount, we need that. You need that. Alright. Let's see what we can repair. Oh, just these. Okay. Alright. Well, fine. Be that way. So bang and bang. All the rubber bushings were good, so I'm just gonna do the front suspension first, because everything else looks good up front here. It was just that cross section. There goes. Oh, come on. Come on. There she goes. Just need to find the right spot. Your van's gonna be much better after this. I don't know what you hit, but a lot of shit's damaged. He's probably thinking, it's gonna be, couple $100 or something. And yeah, management will never know. This much damage, you're looking in the thousands, man. Unless you've been saving up for years, being a delivery driver for Pizza Hut. You're gonna be in a world of hurt, by the way. Oh, the exhaust is even fucked. Look at that. What the hell did you hit? Oh, we gotta do the entire suspension, by the way. Okay, there it goes. Oh. I'm just an idiot, that's all. So, give me that. Okay. I do like this game, though. This game's a lot of fun to play. It's just, it's hard to add commentary to it. I'm trying, though. Damn it. I'm trying. Leave me alone. I guess if you like watching people play this game, yeah, the commentary won't matter. Actually, you might find it a little bit annoying. I might. Yeah, sorry. I gotta add some commentary to it, otherwise it's just pure silence other than the game itself, because we can't have music. Is YouTube. YouTube is a bunch of fun people. They're a bunch of fun people. They love us creators having fun. They really do. Like, oh yeah, have all the fun you want as a creator. Just, here's a giant list of stuff you can't do. The stuff that's against the law, I get it. Like most copyright, I guess. But, yeah, there's some rules here on YouTube as a creator that just make no damn sense. Either that or they're, you know, against this, but not against that kind of stuff. I won't go into specifics. Because we don't need to go into those territories. Let's see. So that, two of those, two of those, two of those, two of those. We already got that one. We've got shock absorbers? No. Okay, so two of those. We already got the cap. We already get... Yep, we already got that. We already got those two. Muffler. Did I get the shock absorbers? Just in case not. Okay. So that... Two of those. Two of those. I bought three of them because my mouse double-clicked. Whoops. Two of those. Two of those. So yeah, I did get the shock absorbers. Two of those. And one of those. Okay. Alright, part mount. This back together. At least none of the rubber bushings were damaged. So I don't have to worry about putting in brand new ones. Not that I worry too much anyway, but... It is what it is. Okay. do one set at a time here. That. Oh, that's right, this one. Bolts. And that rubber bushing. And this linkage. This linkage. This linkage. That. And the spring. The cap piece. Shock absorber. This. This. And the bearing. Bearing cap. Brake disc. Brake pads. Brake caliper. And then the tire. Go! Alrighty. Over here. That linkage. That linkage. It's like a million linkages to these independent suspension systems. They take forever to work on as well. In real life as well. I don't know about this specific suspension setup, if this is real life, but I do know that there are suspension systems out there that do have like a million linkages to them. And it is a royal pain. Because there's just so much to it. And it's so annoying. There it goes. My mouse wasn't wanting to hold the click for some reason. Alrighty. Almost done here. Looks like. How's that game? Haha! Look at that. We got all the parts. Alright, so front bumper, rear bumper, windshield, oil, spray, and then change all the fluids, wheel alignment, headlight alignment. So front bumper, rear bumper, windshield. We'll just go ahead and do that real quick. This fan, I do like that it puts it at the front now. That's nice. So front bumper, rear bumper, and windshield. All right. Mr. Pizza. Ugh. Actually, you could leave it like that and it would be fine. Probably no one would ever know, actually. I'm doing this on the ground. Okay. Now, of course, windshield. Well, we're all done down here, so we can go and put this on the ground. Oop, normal mode. Take that out. Assemble mode. A new windshield. Okay. Now we just gotta fill the vehicle up with fluids. Normal mode. Because we sucked out all of its fluids. The car got a good suck today. Now it's glugging. Glug, glug. Just gotta fill it up. I can't see the levels, so I was just guessing there. That's right. Gonna get this car all filled with all the fluids. Everything a growing van needs. You know, they could have done more with the fluids, but that's okay. I think oil's all that's left, isn't it? Okay, car status. Alright. We're all done here. Move car to the test path. Let's do wheel alignment. Definitely would need that after... Oh, there it is. Definitely would need that after doing what we've done to it. Brand new parts and all that. Wish you could just hit enter again to get out of it. Okay, and this. Oh, that one's. Of course, that one's already aligned because we didn't replace either of these. Why is this one so out of whack? Whatever. Okay. Then we go car status. Good. Now we just gotta paint it. Dude, you're gonna owe me so much money. You're gonna wish you had told your boss. Look at that. Beautiful. Fresh coat of paint. And we're all done. Okay, I'm gonna use this as a teleport. Finish order. Hey! Very nice. Look at us go, man. Okay. Sell all those parts. Open the case. Are we on the outer ones now? Or no, we're on center left. That's right. Okay, a little bit of money. And a bonus case. Very nice. Now we're on the outer ones. We've come full circle once again. Oh, another bonus case. Very nice. And a little bit of money. Another bonus case and more money. This game's being very nice to me. Another bonus case. And more money. What? Are we in a loop? Okay, I think the loop got broken. Yep, there we go. I shouldn't have said anything. I wish it was experience that I was getting instead of money. I would have rather gotten experience. Oh, we didn't level either. Okay. Next job. The Renault Clio. We're almost done with the story orders, I think. I think we're getting very, very close. We may finish this within the 6 hours. The allotted 6 hours. Hey, I just got this little hatch. Bought this car thinking about commuting. I need something small, but something that would give me joy of driving. I guess, yeah, the Clio V6 could probably do it for you because it is an RS. So it's probably turboed inline 4 if I had to guess. I bet on Renault Clio V6 RS instead of whatever that name is. Small but agile and fast. Unfortunately, these cars are often victims to young, inexperienced drivers and look bad to say the least. This specific piece, I'm guessing he meant piece of crap, must have driven in some races. It is best times past, or it has its best times past it. Okay, but in general, it's not in the worst condition. You can tap it here and there. What the fuck? What does that mean? You know the drill. I see potential here. Appearance is not key to me. All that matters is that I restore its former driving properties and performance. Good luck. You can tap it here and there. What does that mean? And you know the drill. I'm guessing this car is a piece of junk. And judging by his, by what he's talking, the way he's talking, sounds like he brought me a different vehicle that was also a piece of junk. That might have been the one with um, the Nissan Skyline. Oops. Yes, accept that order. What you got for me? Just looks dirty. Move car. Let's give it a wash and then we'll see. Does look like it's just been sitting in the desert. Wow, cleaned up very nice. Appearance is not important to me. It's a very nice looking car. Very good condition. Let me guess, like the body and the rims and the tires are all in good condition, but everything else is completely fucked. That's what I'm gonna guess when I open up this hood. What'd I tell you? The entire car! Except for the, oh no, even the engine too. Transmission. Oh, this is the rear-engined vehicle. So, then you just rally you. Alley-oop. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so what you gotta do is you gotta go into, or you gotta take this off first. And then you can get to the engine bay. Okay. Do all the normal tests. See what the scanner comes out with. 6.67% is what we're scanning at, so not bad. That's a lot of parts. Okay. Let's just get this one over with. This one takes the longest, I believe. Okay, so throttle body, alternator, radiator stuff. Okay. Can the engine be started? Nope. The engine needs to be complete. Oh, so we're missing something. Oh. We're missing a rear bumper as well. Or did I didn't take that rear bumper, right? No, okay. Battery looks good. That looks like crap. Alright. I just did that. And I had forgotten already. So it's a rear-engined rear-wheel drive. So not bad. Pressure test? Nope. Drain tool. We're just gonna drain these two fluids here. They look pretty nasty. Okay, car status. I want to see something. 5 pages. That's a lot of parts. So probably not much to do with engine. It looks like it's all suspension work. Okay. So, the engine didn't need much, did it? I think it wanted an oil change, right? I'm just gonna drain all the fluids. That's what I usually do. Then I don't go, oh, I forgot to drain that. Then I gotta drain it and refill it. Okay. So the engine itself is not bad. It says it needs to be complete though. What are we missing? Part mount. What are we missing? We're missing something. Oil pan, maybe? Aha, yeah, we're missing the oil pan. Okay. I wonder if I could drain the fluids without an oil pan on there. Drain the oil without an oil pan. We'll check and see. See if the game will be like that. Oh, at least they took note of the engine being in the rear. Okay. These exhausts look like crap. I'm going to guess that's what it wants me to work on. The exhausts. The engine looks in decent condition, so I'm going to put that on our list there. That's what we're missing. And it's just suspension work again. Looks pretty old. So yeah, we'll just we'll just take everything off, I think. It's probably the best course of action here. Like I said, I don't know if all this needs to be taken off, but we'll go ahead and take off everything anyway. Get a little bit of an experience gain. We've been doing a lot of suspension work lately, and I hate it. I really do hate it. But that's the way it works, I guess. Also, yeah, the steering rack and stuff is, or not steering rack, but the one of the sway bars I think is missing actually. Oh, don't tell me. Oh no, okay. I was gonna say, don't tell me I can't take that off. Alright. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, that's all that underneath that side. Like, come on. Yeah, we do need to take this off though, I think. Getting a little bit of wind from my fan there. If you ever wonder what that wind noise is. Starting not to be able to talk. But yeah, if you're ever wondering what that wind noise is, that's what it is. It's my ceiling fan. There it is. It's because it's very, very hot where I live right now, this time of year. Every year it's always in the triple digits. It's always in the triple digits around June, July, and August are the 3 months where it can be in the triple digits. We always go through heat waves, droughts, every year. I mean, granted, it's not the hottest place where I live. We're kind of in the middle. So we get some of the hotter months. But we don't get the hottest months out of the U.S. The U.S. can get. Oops. Gotta take off this tire first. So we get hot summers and cold winters, basically. talking like a range from, like our summer average is about 98, I would say. Probably the summer average, but can get up to like 105, 106. And then during the winters, we've gotten down to -5, -10 before. And our coldest months are usually January, February. It is quite crazy. Alrighty, that's everything there. Let's bring her down. Bring her down, downtown. I think these are damaged. If they're not, then it is what it is. Oh no, I have to do that from here. Okay, good. Alright, we'll take that out, take that out. Now we gotta do engine bits. So what type of motor is this? Is this a V6? It is. Oh yeah, Renault Clio V6, of course. It's in the name. I think that's damaged. I don't know about that air filter. Hopefully it's fine. Nope, not that one. This one? Nope, not that one. This one? Nope, not that one. This one? Aha! This all looks old and damaged. Okay. I don't remember if they said anything. I know I see the fuel rail. The fuel rail was pretty bad. I don't know if they said anything about spark plugs. Car status. Still a bunch of parts that are undiscovered, which means this engine needs to be pulled probably. The engine's probably no good. On the... maybe not. Let's pull it anyway. Okay. I'm guessing you gotta pull off this timing cover first. Aha, there's our bad parts. Timing bits. Oh, so they're using this. Oh, that's interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Examine mode. Okay. Where's this thing? Oh, air filter. I see it. This thing? Okay, this thing? Can I examine this? Nope. Okay. Yep, you can see the air filter though. Normal mode. So we'll get the air filter out of there. Yeah, I see nothing about spark plugs. And we did the electronic tests. Alright, car status. Have we discovered all the parts now? No, we have not still. Wasn't camshafts. The camshafts don't look that bad. Cheating. Spark plugs look good. Something in here don't look too healthy. Where the hell are the cams at? Oh, there they are. Hey, look underneath. Okay, that one's good. What are we missing? Is it this side? Oh, wait. Oh, those look fine. What are we missing? Actually, do not know. Yeah, pistons look great. Wait. Yeah, pistons look good. That's it's a little odd. What would we be missing here? Hmm. In here. No, the yeah, we already tested all that. That's fine. What are we missing? There's got to be something in here. Let's take this off. But yeah, there's got to be something in here we're not seeing. Oh, that looks good. That looks fine. You take off this intake. Oh, right there. Okay. What are these things? Oh, that must be part of the block. Yeah, that's got to be part of the block. Pretty sure that was fine. Let's dig a little deeper. Is this part of the block or is this a cover? What are we missing here? Exhausts? Oh, they look fine. Let me take this off from here. No, it's engine-based stuff. I guess we'll take off one of these covers and see what the heck we're missing here. Yeah, see, like I said, the cams look fine. Yeah, the cams look just fine in there. What the heck? About this side. Yeah, that one looks just fine. Oh, don't tell me it's like pistons, right? Or like piston rings. Like everything else was fine, but the piston rings are not fine. That might be it. That's the only thing I could think of. Guess we'll just take apart this entire motor, shall we? Don't tell me the reference was like Fast and Furious. Now me and the mad scientist gotta rip apart the block and replace the piston rings you fried. That's probably what it is. That's gotta be. That's the only thing I cannot see. Okay, I'm missing something down here. Oh, of course. Let's go back up and get that one exhaust section piece that we can't take out. Okay. We're gonna go back down. We're gonna pull this engine now. We've taken most of it apart. Pull out engine. Let's go put it on the stand. Install engine on stand. Okay. If this ain't it, I'm gonna be like, what the hell? How many bolts are on this exhaust? Jeez. This is a coolant crossover is what that was. That's a lot of bolts. This is a fun little engine to work on, though, I would say. Fun little engine. See these things right here? I wonder if those are part of the block. It's like it's very possible. Okay. I bet you it was. Let's see. Piston rings, yep. So, an entire rebuild because of piston rings. This was so painful. We had to take apart every single bit of it, a bit of this car. I'm just doing full restorations now. That's what this garage has become. Just full restoration builds. Or full restorations on vehicles. Okay, let's make it official, by the way. Every single mechanical part on this vehicle. Oh, that's from the that's from underneath. Might as well make it official, right? Oh, there's one more bolt here somewhere. Oh, it's rusty. Okay. And then that, and then that. Yep, we'll just make it official. Just every single part on this car will be taken out. He's gonna come in and be like, what's taking you so long? We'll be like, hey, can I look at the car, see what kind of progress you've made? And the entire car is in pieces. The body and the frame. You're like, what the hell? Okay. So first of all, we cannot break a single part here, by the way. I'm gonna be very, very careful. Just since these are not our parts, there's no way you can repair a clutch plate. Whatever condition it's in is what it's in. because that's the material that gets shaved off of the clutch plate over time. You can't just glue that material or glue new material back on. At least I don't see being able to do that. Ugh! Got it. Hey, we don't have to buy a brand new part. What am I doing? Like brushing those little clips with a wire brush? Maybe. And then these plastic bits, I'm just kind of washing them. That's aluminum, so you really couldn't do much to that. We're just cleaning all these parts back up. Putting them in the parts washer machines and stuff like that. You know how it is. By the way, that percentage looks like the red percentage there. On success, 100%. On fail is how much percentage you'll lose, I think, or maybe how much it'll go down to if you fail it. I do like this skill check system, so way better. You better freaking appreciate all this hard work I'm putting in. Imagine if we just broke that cover. That would be hilarious. Alright, I don't know what we fixed and what we didn't fix. I know there's a few parts you can't fix, but... Okay, these are good. I'm gonna put this back together. There was a few parts that we repaired that... Oh, whoops. I actually needed that. That's okay. We'll get there. Because it was missing. Okay. Oil pan or oil filter for an inline 6, but it's a V6. That's funny. Okay. It looks like all the pistons are good. We just need piston rings. Let's type in piss. There's a piston. And 6. We needed 6 of those. We're just cleaning everything up. That back together. My favorite part about working on cars is the engine portion when you get to tear the engine apart. That's the most fun to me. Suspension, hate it. Electrical, hate it. I like working on the engine portion. Especially V8s. They're the ones I know the best, because I've done so damn many of them. There's our oil pan. Yeah, I'd say it's been in some races that the piston rings are done. Ran it so hard that damn pistons are so shiny. Okay, put this back on there. so we couldn't repair that, unfortunately. That's okay, though. We didn't need to. There's that side. And this side. So shiny, this engine now. That we cleaned up a lot of parts. Okay. Let's do this crossover. Yeah, the spark plugs were good. So was the ignition coils. That's good news. Although we've been buying a bunch of them lately. At least there's not a million caps to these camshafts. Alright. I guess we can do the intake as well. Little tiny intake. Okay. This cam, and the little cam cover thing. And the other side, of course. Surprised these weren't repairable. It's the weirdest thing. Alrighty. Don't worry, guys, we're getting there. Have this engine back together in no time. Guess we can put the little covers on now. So shiny, I can't see. It's like looking at a bald head. Guess exhaust manifolds should go on as well. Oh, that was good actually. Okay, we were not able to repair one of those. And they're both 100%, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Let's go ahead and do these, I guess. We'll get those covers on this side too. Let's keep dirt from getting in there. Very interesting engine though. Very interesting little V6. I've actually enjoyed working on it. Oh wow. Need 4 of those suckers. These things are powder coated black. That's interesting. Five of these suckers. Because I don't remember which ones were broken. Or the one, I guess, that was broken. I don't know which one that was. Okay. Okay, the belt was in bad condition. Okay. Go on there. Yeah, wasn't the tensioner in bad condition too? Yeah. Okay, so now the bottom cover, of course. Bottom cover goes on first, and then the 2 top covers. Look at that, beautiful. And that was bad. That would be the tensioner, probably, by the way. Whatever. Okay, that was bad. And that's electrical. Alternator. Okay. Oh, we leveled. That actually scared the absolute crap out of me. My heart stopped. That's why I went, ah! It was so silent for the longest time that I just leveled. Alright. Serpentine belt. Nope, that one was also bad. And that was bad. Alrighty. Doing good, doing good. Just gotta get this back on. And then, oh, that was bad as well. Okay. I think that's the engine done. Yep, that's the engine completed. Alright, we're gonna leave that on the stand there for a bit. We're gonna do suspension first. Okay. Air filter, we do need one of them. Alternator, this thing, that thing. I think we're gonna have to separate. I'm gonna have to separate all these because I think there's a few broken parts amongst them. Okay. Now we'll check again. That's all engine stuff. Okay, so 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, because I don't know which ones are which. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Already got the brakes. Already got that. So one of those. We already got the oil filter. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, possibly? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Or we're going to have a bunch of parts that, or no T. So air filter, this thing, this thing, this thing. 2 of those, not 4. 2 of those, not 4. 2 of those, not 4. Oh, it was 2. Okay, and 2 of those. Because see how it says front on it? There's going to be 2 in the front, 2 in the rear. Possibly. So 2 of those. I don't know if it has any sway stuff on the rear. 4 of these. 1 of those. 1,400. Jeez, it's an expensive transmission. Makes sense though. 2 of those. 2 of those. 2 of those. We're probably missing some stuff, but we'll get there. 2 of those. And 2 of those. Okay. Join. All brand new parts there. Join. Uh-oh. Oh wait, that says rear. Motion shock absorber front. Okay. I think I only bought one. Whoops. Just, we need a front one, don't we? Double wishbone shock absorber. We'll buy one of each. I think both the rears are bad. Join parts. So that's fine. Join. Okay, that was fine. Join. Ha, okay, there we go. I think we got there in the end. Yeah, and we don't have any springs. Okay, that's fine. Alright, part mount. Let's get this in there first. Rubber bushings. Yeah, there was no bad rubber bushings. At least that I know of, anyway. Sway bar. Oh, come on now. Aha! We got it. Yeah, though most of the suspension was good. There's just a few bad parts. Oh, come on. There it is. There it goes. Yeah, this car is actually in pretty good condition. Just a few little parts here and there, which is just fine. Oh, whoops. Hold on, part unmount. Let's do the brake discs. Might as well, right? Oh, looks like we can only do 2 of them. Oh, that one cleaned right up, didn't it? Watch it get clean. Oof. Okay. That's all good there. Alright, we'll start working on this other side then. I really wish this game was multiplayer. Wait, what? Uh-oh. Front strut. This thing. Front spring. Oh, crap. Alright, hold on. Let's start doing the rear. No. I think I might have fucked up somewhere. Okay, that one is in good shape. Okay, that's where we'll stop there. Ah, we are getting it. Alright, good. Okay, now we can separate whatever was left. Yeah, whoops. It was supposed to be this. this. Now we join. I think I bought a brand new one. Hold on. Let's see. Actually, we can just... Oh no, it's too nice to tell. Alright, let's take this back off. Because I don't know... If it only had one bad one... Okay, no. We're good. We are good. They're not all at 100%. Okay. We're fine. Hopefully. When we get the suspension done, we'll take a look at our parts and see. I'm pretty sure we're fine. Okay. This cover. Oh, we already put the one on the other side, right? Okay. And that. And that. That. Brand new brake pads all around. Good calipers. Okay. Okay. We'll put the best tires on the rear, I think. Just because we can. Okay, that. Brakes. And the brake calipers. Alright. Let's go get the compartment. Let's go get the rest of the rear suspension put back together. Yeah, these brake discs were pretty bad. Okay. The reason we can't put any more is because we don't have that transmission and engine in here. Just in case you forgot that. Slap that. There it goes. Where is the last one? I just kind of know where the bolts are. So I guess I have that advantage. Alright. So that's the entire suspension. Car status. Belt tensioner. Belt tensioner. Oh, that's right. The whole entire engine's gone, so it's just like... Where's all these parts? Piston rings, radiator, my rear mufflers. Okay. We did good. Alright. Come back down, you. Need to put this engine in. Can we not disembark engine? I don't know what that meant, but give me the engine. Just put it in my pocket, damn it. Hey, everything looks good. Bang. Alright, move, put back. Alright, part mount. So that was actually pretty good. That was pretty good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. There we go. Brand new air filter. Brand new air filter cut. Well, not brand new. It was fixed, of course. Yeah. There she goes. Okay. Now we need to raise her back up. Back up she goes. What? Ha! in the hell? What? I think that was a bug. I don't think you can get in the car when it's on the lift. Somehow I managed, though. Okay. And this side. Alright. Then this tire. We'll just do it from way over here, shall we? Okay. Then this tire. And this exhaust. Oh, that exhaust is really bad. I think this exhaust section. We'll just buy a brand new exhaust. We've already got most of it. It would look like shit, in my opinion. So the rest of the exhaust got replaced. There we are. Look at that. I just gotta get the starter. Beautiful. Alright, just the radiator stuff. Okay. Just gotta go this side, mount the rest of the tires. Yeah, look at us go, man. We are kicking ass and taking names. Okay. Alright, there's nothing else up here to mount, so I'm gonna go ahead and fill the fluids on this end. Can't see the reservoir. This angle sucks. I wish you could rotate this, but you can't, unfortunately. Okay. And you can't see this one either. So I have no idea how full it is. Which is annoying. I wish they would give you better camera angles. Okay. That's all that. Now we're going to assemble mode. This is the reason why. So I wanted that on there. Are we missing the bumper? Oh, we are. Okay. What else are we missing on this car? Other than maybe a standard license plate. Let's put that bumper on there real quick. Why not? No tag. Okay. Part mount. Remount this. We had taken everything off of this, even though it didn't need it. I just wanted to clean it up a little. That's all. Give it some new contacts, things like that. These reservoirs are junk, or whatever. Fill this one up. Or they look like junk anyway, compared to the rest of the car. Radiator. A brand new one. Brand new fan. Okay, then that. Part unmount. Yeah, I want to finish all the story orders and get all the level ups and stuff like that before we start doing our own vehicles. Then we could turn this into the hot rod shop that it's going to be. We won't work on customer cars anymore. We'll only do restorations. Alright, car status. Yeah, I think we did everything. Oh, nice. Okay. You didn't want to paint it or anything? Nope, apparently not. I didn't want it painted. I mean, I'm fine with that. Alright, inventory, no. Let's just make sure we can't repair anything. Okay. Yep, okay. Oh, that's the only part we had left? What happened to the rest of the parts? Oh, there's more. Right, there we go. Open the case. Let's just start with the outer ones, because I forget where we were at. Ooh, bonus XP level. Yeah! I love that when that happens. So good. Okay. This one. This one. And then we need 10 points next time. Needed to get both of those. And then we need 12 points the next time to get both of those. So each level is 6 points at the moment. Seems like. But hey, we're doing pretty good. Let's put these barn find maps in here. Alright, next job. We still got an hour. Next job. A Chrysler 300C, very nice. Hello there. I've been having trouble with driving at night for some reason, or for some time. Not sure, but I think it's a matter of a weak car battery. Oh, okay. Thought maybe he was gonna say he had like cataracts or something. The lamp's looking a bit dirty, but it shouldn't be a problem. Since I'm already here, check if everything's okay with my car. I'm neither a fan nor an expert. Okay. I don't know what that means. I get that you're not an expert on vehicles, but a fan of experts? I don't know. I get the impression that sometimes it starts to lose power on longer rides, so probably battery alternator. Or maybe it's just this car is already of age. Yeah, it's 2003, so it would have some worn parts on it. You can also wash it. I park it outside and it's a bit dusty. Thanks. Good luck. Oops. I just dismissed it. Okay. No. Purple Chrysler 300C. Sure, we'll wash it for you. They requested that we wash it, so we're gonna do it. No, it looks perfectly clean. That didn't change a thing. It's a bit dirty. I think it was supposed to be dirty and it just didn't work. Okay, move car. Car lifter A, let's see what this car's got going on. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Oof, never mind. Oh. Don't tell me it's going to be another. This is the same. This is what a V6. This is the V6 that was in that Renault Clio. We just did one of these. Don't look like suspension at least. Alright, let's see what you got going on here. 6.25. Not to scan. The ECU is fucked. That's about $3,000 right there. Not in this game, but in real life it'd be about an ECU. Would probably run you about 600 to 1,000 on a lot of different cars. Oh, the engine cannot be restarted. Okay. Meep meep. So this looks like it's might be an engine rebuild. Possibly. Oh yeah, a lot of electrical issues. Something must have happened that fried the electrical. Or it could be just an electrical problem. Just all the electrical needs replaced. And a few pulleys. The tires aren't bad. Oh, engine can't be started. Right. Nope, not the drain tool. Alright. Car status. Let's see how many parts we're working with. I'm gonna say an engine rebuild is probably repair or replace body parts. Left and right headlights, they want brand new ones. Alright. Okay. Examine mode. See what we got going on here. We examined a lot of parts. Shit's fucked. Okay. I'm just gaining experience at this point. Alright, normal mode. I'm feeling an engine rebuild. I don't know about you guys. But I'm thinking an engine rebuild, as well as this thing's looking pretty bad, but that battery needs charged, so we will be doing that. Charge the battery. And they said the headlights were needing replaced. Oops. Assemble mode. There we go. I guess I didn't need to add them to my list. We'll just take care of those real quick. Change oil. Cam gears, crankshaft pulley. Medium fuse. Ugh. Alright, is this battery charged yet? Yes, it was. Okay. Let's charge up that battery. Okay. Now that we got a fully charged battery, or unmount. There's a lot of bad fuses in here. Examination mode. All of them. Oh, and the base as well, looks like. Something fried this system pretty badly. I don't know in a scenario where you would end up losing everything. Alright, so... Oh, the base was fine. Okay. Bang, 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 bang. Okay. Let's go back. Electronics. We don't need the headlights. So 3 of these. Okay. 1 of those. 3 of these. 2 of these. 4 of these. And 1 of these. Okay. Alright, back off. Alright, now let's go ahead and put all... So he fried his entire fuse system. Everything is fucked in here. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I guess the only way this would happen is if you were welding on the car without the battery disconnected. and the current of the welder had fried the entire electrical system. That's about the only way I could see that happening, possibly. Or somebody put the wrong battery in there. They like hooked two batteries up thinking it was a diesel, or some weird crap. Change oil. Okay, they don't want us to do anything else. Oh no, refill. Okay. Yeah, refill washer fluid. Alright, we can do that. That's good. We're just taking care of the little tasks. I want to see if I can make this engine run to see if I need to rebuild it. Or if it's just a bunch of timing. Or if it's just a bunch of the timing system. Okay, we're gonna have to change out the alternator. Everything else should make it, or should let it run. It needs an alternator. I don't know if it needs a throttle body. It needs a fuel pump, I believe. Alright, fuel pump. Let's get that. Okay. There's the fuel pump. Alright. And the fuel rails were bad. So we'll do that one, we'll do that one. I don't know if it needs one of these, but take them out. Replace it. So bang, bang, and bang. Okay. Two of those. Just trying to think of what I would do. I would replace the parts I know is bad to try and get the engine to run. Okay. We do need to replace that alternator. Oh, the belt is bad as well. Ground mount. Is it this one? No, it was this one. That's right. We'll just replace what's bad here, I guess. And see if it'll let us start it. Okay. Bang, 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 bang. How was the belt condition? Oh, we just bought one. Okay. Alrighty. We just want to make it run. It should run. Still can't be started. Is there oil? There's oil. Car status, hold on. Air filter, that shouldn't. Belt tensioner, that shouldn't. Cam gears, that shouldn't. Crankshaft pulley, that shouldn't. ECU type A, that's probably what it is. Part mount. Yeah, if the ECU is bad, then yeah, it wouldn't run. Ah! Let's see if we need to do an engine rebuild. Piston rings, crankshaft, pistons. Yep, we need to do an engine rebuild. We'll get a little more experience, but yeah, we'll have to do an engine rebuild. Okay. I'm gonna do the air filter real quick. Okay. That back on there. So yep, full engine rebuild. His engine has crapped out on him. Alrighty, you know what that means. Oop. Drain tool. Drain all the coolant. Pull out the radiator. And that's going to be in the way, so we'll pull that. This would be in the way too. So we'll pull that. Do it as if we were doing it in real life. Might as well. It'll only take a few seconds. Plus we're getting extra experience. So, not a bad idea. Pull out the airbox entirely. What else would be in the way? Nothing really. Okay. Now we gotta go underneath. Oh, this hood would be in the way, by the way. Take the hood off so we can pull the engine proper. Okay. Drive line. Alright. Starter. Oh. I was just like, what the hell? Not letting me. Yeah, it's not happy. Okay, there it went. Alright, now I believe that exhaust piece had to come out. Okay. Move over. Car lift to A, gotta drain the oil. What am I doing? There she goes. Alright, now we can put back. Okay, that should be it. Go after A. Pull out. Install. Okay. Let's go ahead and take this engine apart now. Now we already done one of these, so should be good. Now we should know what we're doing. Should go pretty fast, hopefully. Ah, there was one rusted. Oh, there it went. Let's go ahead and pull off the accessory stuff. that. Our steering pump. Alternator. Okay. Oh, right. Throttle body first. Throttle body. And then intake. There she goes. Fuel link crossover. Fuel filter. Fuel rails. Covers. Oh yeah, look at those cams. Oh, look at that cam. Pretty beaten up. This will probably be the last job of this video, seems like. I'm gonna have to go super fast. Okay. All this. Yep, this Chrysler 300C, that'll be the last job we do. Oh yeah, pretty bad. According to this game anyway. Okay, what was that? It was this tensioner. Now we can take off the entire belt. And then water pump, of course. Harmonic balancer. Pulleys. All the pulleys. So give me all the pulleys. Thank you. Cam gears. I don't think there's a single good cam on this engine. Take off these shiny things. I'm gonna save this guy so much money. Just kidding. Honestly, we should have a machine that can. This shop is big enough that we probably would have a machine that would turn cams. That we could repair those cams. It's just a machine that turns the cam and the cam and just smooths out the cam journals, which is where the bearings are. You can get the cam turned pretty easily. In a big shop like this, oh yeah, they'd have they'd probably have valve machines and stuff like that to do to repair the heads and whatnot. Wait a second, what? What are we missing? Oh, intake, of course. That's right. I thought this was a cover that had to come off. But no, it comes off with the head. It clearly doesn't. But it clearly does, I guess. So many rusty bolts. Can't even see them. They're so camouflaged. Alrighty. Rotate. Oil pan. Oh yeah, look at this. This is nasty. It's all bad. It's all gotta come out. We've gotten a lot done in this playthrough, though. If only I had the money to buy the DLCs. I would totally buy the DLCs. I don't know if they come with new story orders, but I would totally buy the DLCs. I'm a little disappointed in the Hot Rod DLC, to be honest. Because they made the engine smaller, which makes no damn sense. It doesn't even make sense to have that. Do you have any groups? I don't think we had any groups. Nope. Okay. Makes no damn sense to make the engine smaller. Even if you were trying to conserve space, it makes no damn sense. I wonder if I can go into the editor and fix that. They do have an editor in this game. I don't know if you would edit the cars themselves, though. I don't remember. I may check that out and see if I'm allowed to resize the engines. Probably not, but we shall see. Because the engines are not smaller in Hot Rods. I mean, they can put a smaller engine in there, sure, but there's no way to shrink a V8, man. A freaking Chevy small block? No. There's no shrink ray. Most rat rod enthusiasts, most rat rod enthusiasts just put like a Chevy small block in there. Whatever. Yeah, they don't put a smaller V8. I don't think they make small ones. I guess there was that one guy that made the remote control. I think it's still on YouTube. It should be anyway. He made a mini version of a Ferrari. I don't remember exactly which Ferrari it is, but he made a mini version of a Ferrari because he had a lathe that he could use. He made the entire remote control Ferrari, and not just your typical remote control car. It was an actual remote control car that ran off of air instead of fuel. It ran off of air pressure. It was a V12, the tiniest V12 in existence. It ran off of air pressure. You could reach in there. You could with your finger, you could push the gas pedal. The car would go. You could push the brake. The brake lights would light up. The car would brake. Stuff like that. Little clutch. I think there was a clutch in there. You could flip the little switch to turn on the indicators. You could turn on the lights. It was the coolest little car in existence. Wait, where'd the part mount? There we go. It's like, where'd the hell the car go, or the engine go? Okay, so we need one of them, and we need one of them. Oh, we repaired the other alternator. Oh, we got a brand new alternator to sell. Oil filter and crankshaft. Guess that one was too bad off to repair. Oof. Flywheel's pretty bad condition. That's fine. That's fine. And that was fine. Alright. Let's put our caps back on. Oh, one cap was bad. Just absolutely destroyed engine here. Pretty much. Don't worry, we'll get you back on the road though, buddy. Okay, piston rings are bad. What about the pistons themselves? Okay, the pistons themselves are good. So, piss, all in caps. Alright, brand new piston rings. How are these? Okay. We're just gonna replace them all. We'll get most of our money back anyway. Oh, come on. We gotta go fast, man. Gotta go fast. Yeah, I don't know if the engine in a Renault Clio would be the same engine that's in a Chrysler 300C. Chrysler 300C, sure, would be a V6. Absolutely. I'm pretty sure they made V6s and V8 versions. Maybe even inline 4s. Who knows? Or inline 6s even. I don't know. I don't know all the engines they made. But yeah, it would probably not be the same as a Renault Clio engine. I'm pretty sure of that. Unless Chrysler made an engine for a Renault, or they outsourced to Renault to make the engine. I severely doubt that they would have the same engine. Okay. Let's get these heads put back on. We got these. We did a valve job on the heads. There we go. Let's get this front put back together. All the little pulleys. All the little pulleys. All the little pulleys up in here. My headset's trying to fall off my head. It's been on this for so long. Alrighty. Sure, we'll put the lower intake on there. There we go. Okay, we did manage to fix the exhaust. And the other one, of course. Alright. How do we do on the cams? All but one we managed to repair. So we just saved that and saved the guy a ton of money. Very nice. All these back, of course. These ones gonna take a while. The bolts are so long. I'll put the covers back on so they don't get dirty. Okay. And the coolant crossover, sure, why not? Alrighty. And these out. Hey. I know I sound bored, but it's just tedious. It gets tedious after 6 hours. It does get tedious after a while. At least you'll know how to do most of the story orders by now. Because I've done damn near all of them. Almost there. With this top end here. Okay. Now I'll go ahead and put the cam gears. Okay, we did not repair any of them. I guess they were too far gone, or they're not repairable, one of the two. That, there, and that. Okay. Belt. Was the belt good? I don't remember. No, belt was bad. Only a $40 belt, only. Okay, that was also bad. Tensioner for the timing belt. Okay. Bottom cover. First. Anyway. And then this cover. And this cover. Okay. All the rest of the pulleys. How was this? Okay, we did buy a new one. How was this? Okay, good. Alright. That's the rest of that. Let's go ahead and put the fuel rails back in. Fuel filter. Upper intake. Manifold. And then the throttle body. Oh, we managed to repair the other one, so good. Alright. Looks good. Can I right click the stand? Okay, hold on. There it is. Take engine off a stand. I remember the car mechanics in 2018, you had to inspect the dipstick if you wanted the engine to show the full parts level. It was really weird. Install. Like there would be, you'd be able to see all this, but this would have a question mark, and there'd be a question mark on the dipstick. the dipstick, even though it didn't matter. It was really weird. Probably just an oversight. And then put that back. Car status, how we doing? Air filter. Wait. Oh no, we took that back out. That's right. Part mount. This. 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 And that. And that doohickey. And that doohickey. And that son of a bitch. Next to this motherfucker. Okay. Part unmount. Oops. No. Stop that. Need to fill this back up. Okay. And then, of course, the oil. No. There we go. Gotta fill her back up with oil. Okay. All good there? All good. Alright. Let's put that back on. There. Up. I say. Up. Oh, normal mode. Up. There. Okay. Part mount. Exhaust. Cross section. Transmission. Starter. And then drive shaft, of course. Won't be able to go anywhere without that. Because it's a shaft that drives the car forward and backwards. So that's why it's called a drive shaft. Alright, car status. Other tasks. Perform headlight alignment. Okay. Alright, move car. Test path. So we just put brand new headlights in there. We're gonna align them. be everything. Yeah! Move car. Let's give me a teleport. And we didn't forget anything, and we leveled. Good job, everybody. So we got 10 points. Alright, so we'll be able to afford both of these. Very good, very good. Almost there, too. That'll be the next episode. We'll finish that out. Okay, inventory. Sell all the parts. Oops. Sell all the parts. Open the case. What did we get? So that one and that one. Oh, so nothing. I was hoping for another level, but oh well. Okay. How many barn find maps do we have in here? Wait. Switch tab. Wow, that's actually got quite a few. Okay. Well, that's all there is to that one. I think we can finally buy the dyno. That'll leave us with 13 grand. We may wait until we do one more story order. Because we got an Audi R8. Audi A8R. I think I may have messed that up. Audi R8. Or is it A? Is there an A8? Okay, it's been so many years since I've actually changed the names of cars. Alright. Hey, it's Johnny. Hey, it's Johnny. Hey, Johnny. One of my employees will drop by with another car. I hope you'll find a moment for him. Don't be deceived by external appearances. It's not without reason that it's set on a chassis. It's set on the chassis. The engine has been completely destroyed. I bought it from an insurer for peanuts. Okay, I get it. So this guy bought it. The car got bought from the insurance company, or the car ended up in the insurance companies, and the insurance company probably replaced the car for somebody else. And they bought the car, maybe? Or maybe they bought the car back from the insurance company? I'm not sure. I bought it from an insurer for peanuts. Okay, so they bought it from an insurance company that probably was going to junk it or scrap it or something. I don't know how it happened, but the motor is battered. Rat-a-tat-tat and all the cops get it. I didn't just come up with that on my own. That's from a song. That is from a song. Restore it to perfect shape. I think an original mileage like this one will make a tasty bite. Thanks. Be in touch. I didn't understand half of that. I'm sorry. Oh well. Alright, let's move the car to the car wash. Go ahead and clean the car. Actually, it looks in pretty good condition. Move that, or use that, I mean. Move car lifter. Okay. Let's get all the oof. Well, they said the engine was gonna. Oh, it's a supercharged V8. Very nice. Very, very nice. That's a supercharger right there. So he said the engine was completely destroyed. Let's do all that we can. Probably the engine won't start, but we'll try it. But yeah, we'll do all we can for the for this stuff. Alright, so ignition coils are fucked, so it's not going to start. Nope. I just need to know if we need to do an engine rebuild. But we'll do that next time, I think. I just wanted to get this boring stuff out of the way, and then um, next time we can go ahead and just get started on it. So alternator's fucked, but we already kind of knew that just by looking at it. Okay. I'm gonna say engine rebuild, yep. Alright. Such a nice car. And then blown up engine. But that's going to be it for this episode of Saturday Mega episode. This is going to be it for that one. And for Car Mechanic Sim, I don't know if we'll play this tomorrow for the Sunday Driver episodes. I mean, I'll think about it, but I might play something else, another car game, if I can think of one. I have some ideas floating around. We'll see. Let me know. You probably won't be able to let me know. Just kidding. Yeah, we'll probably play something else. I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if I'll play this tomorrow. I would like to play something else that could be fun that involves cars. We'll see. But anyway, hope you enjoyed, and if you did, um, it's always greatly appreciated when you do all the YouTube stuffs like liking and like subscribing and like commenting and sharing. That's the new thing. You guys, you can do whatever you like. Doesn't matter to me. Well, it does matter to me. It matters actually quite a lot. That's just a saying. Um, but yeah, uh, if you think I deserve it for this one, and if you watched all the way through, congratulations. You win a cookie. Go get yourself one. Uh, yeah, do all the YouTube stuffs if you like, if you feel it deserves it. But until next time, we'll see you all later. And goodbye.